Out of the ashes, a phoenix arises. Faith of a mustard seed can move any mountains. The people are watching, so I cannot stop it. Been down for too long, now I gotta rock it. Had to get it out the mud, you know how it goes. Now we sitting at the top, had to bring the bros. Never thought I'd be the one who would play the role. Now look at where we at, man, who would've known? Temperature rising, I feel the pressure is on me. Luckily, I've been out here building an army. Camouflage on a rise, we run this party. We kick them out the game, cause they wanna come tardy. This is for the ones who've been chasing their goals. If they were sleeping on their kid, now they gotta be woke. Lights, camera, action, we ready to roll. Alright, places, everybody, let's put on a good show.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Intel Creator Challenge launch event. My name is Trisha Hirschberger. Today I am joined by Alejandro Ojos. Thank you so much for being here with me to launch something new and very exciting. Tell us a little bit about it.
That's right. So today we're launching the 3900KS processor from the Raptor Lake architecture. We are very excited today. We have a great show that is going on.
Yeah, and the great show consists of modding some beautiful PCs. We've got 3 teams of PC modders who are here today, paired with some lovely content creators that Extra Life has brought over. And speaking of Extra Life, we're doing all of this to raise money for a good cause as well. So there's a lot that's going to be going on today. Okay, you're seeing it right here on the screen. We've got PC mod building. We've got some overclocking going on. Alejandro will
doing some talking tech.
Talk tech a bit. What else do we have coming up?
We have a couple of interviews with Extra Live. We also have a Q&A. We have different views, segments about different things, which is kind of cool. That we a little bit insight of how we do things within Intel. I will also have an interview with JJ coming over talking about some motherboard chats. And then after the show, we're going to have like a Discord, also Q&A.
Awesome. So yeah, there's lots going on today. It's going to be quite an afternoon.
Yes.
So we're super happy that you guys are here to join us for all of it. Now, when it comes to the actual challenge going on, the modding challenge going on today, everyone watching this stream right now, your vote counts. You're part of the judging panel that we have here today, and our judging criteria is as follows. Alejandro?
Yeah, so we have, so for those who are the judges, we'll be looking at creativity, also demonstration of hardware excellence, materials used, and of course, does it boot? A little bit important on that side. But
I'm so surprised that does it boot is only 1 point, but you know what? I get it. This is all about creativity today.
Exactly.
And then 5 points out of the total 50 points that could be awarded per build. 5 points are coming from the Intel Insiders. That's all of you. So make sure that you've got your judging hats on to pick your favorites, because that certainly matters as well. Also, our judges today, we'll throw this out there. Shout out to our judges. We've got Justin Roby, Christina Liu, and Kevin Keating.
Yes.
That will be judging. You'll see them a little bit later in the stream today. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what's in store.
It's going to be amazing. I think so. And for those who are joining us for the first time, what we do usually do is we have 3 different desks with 3 different modding teams, and each one of them is going to be working on a different build. The theme of the build is going to be 6 gigahertz, which is pretty big for us because that's kind of the theme for today, because the processor...
kind of a big deal.
Yeah, kind of a big deal. So it comes out of the box with 6 gigahertz. So that's what the theme of the build overall. Besides that, like Trisha mentioned, we also have some liquid nitrogen. Hopefully we'll get some, I'm looking over the side because this is where the desks are, but hopefully we'll get some world records. It's going to be pretty amazing. So let's see what these guys have.
I cannot believe that. I'm so excited to see what Peter and John have in store for us today with the overclocking. I've watched a lot of liquid nitrogen overclocking online, but never actually seen it in person. So this is a real treat. And like Alejandro said, we are hoping to beat a world record today.
Yes,
just
fingers
maybe.
Crossed.
That could be very, very cool. So lots in store for you. And also, I don't know if we mentioned the sweepstakes.
No, we haven't.
We should probably mention the sweepstakes.
Something important that we just kind of no, we got it.
You know? Yeah, so the beautiful custom modded PCs that you'll see built today during the Creator Challenge, you will have a chance to win one via Extra Life.
Exactly.
So if you register with Extra Life, and make sure that, you can donate to a great cause, and it's a sweepstakes, so there's a couple different ways that you can enter to win, but you will see that link in chat, and actually, just down here on the
Yeah, right
screen
there.
right now. So make
my
sure that
other
you
right.
enter to win because, I mean, what an awesome prize, and honestly, doing something for a great cause. And we'll have people here from Extra Life a little bit later to kind of talk about all the wonderful work that they
Exactly.
do, bringing games to kids in need. It's awesome. So it's going to be fun all around. It truly is a celebration.
It's going to be a celebration. It's going to be great, and we're very happy to have you guys here. We can't wait to get you guys started.
Yes, it's awesome. So I know we went through our judging criteria. We talked about our judges. We haven't mentioned who will be here today.
No, I think we should go over who are our
yes,
guests.
so we've got lots of folks here today, so don't mind me while I go to my quick cheat sheet of everybody that we have because there's so many friends here today.
Yes, there's a good friend. So on the first desk we have Blue Horse Studios and PC Junkie Mods. So those are going to be our team, the first team for the PC modders.
Joined by good friend Bruce Green.
Yes, it's going to be awesome to have
Who's going
him
to
there.
be helping them out as well.
That's correct.
And on our second desk, we have Liquid House.
Yes.
Liquid House is here, and they're going to be joined by Cup and Noodle today, doing a beautiful build. And I don't want to give away any plans. We'll get to visit them in just a moment. And then on our third desk, we have GGF Events, PC Works, and the Almighty Bones.
Yes, it's going to be a great. Like we said, we have great teams, great pairing. There's a lot more than just the building. Sorry. So we're very excited.
We're super excited. And you know what? With that, let's go ahead and check in with our teams. But first, check out this quick video. We'll be right back.
The camera didn't work.
Hello, everybody. So you guys, it looks like I've already done a little bit of setup, but thank you so much for being here today. Let's go ahead and introduce who we have here. Blue Horse Studios.
Here, that's your mic. This is yours.
Oh, yeah,
this is your
mics.
precious.
I'm
yeah.
the only one that doesn't have a microphone.
So, Bruce, that is specifically your mic. So, I mean, with that being said, Bruce Green is here, folks. You might recognize him from the billboard scene in Times Square or as a previous host for G4 TV.
That's right, but don't worry about me. Let's talk about these guys. These guys are the actual talent.
You won't get away that easy. We're going to get you later on.
Okay, all right.
I mean, Bruce, how into the build are you hoping to get? Do you want to be an active participant, or are you kind of...
I do.
Okay.
I do want to be an active participant because I've been building PCs for 20 years. I haven't built a PC in a little bit, but I love PC gaming. Everyone knows that watches the stream. And I'm super excited to just kind of be here with these legends of PC building because they're going to show me what to do, and then I'll just kind of be hanging out, you know, like touch a piece here, or like ground yourself on the metal, or something like that. Otherwise, I'm just going to be here watching them doing their thing, and maybe put a little piece in here and there.
Well, I think that's super important when you haven't built in a while because things do change. We have, easy releases for GPU now. We have a couple different things in store that you may not have seen before. So it's great to have our experts here with us today. Speaking of our experts, Blue Horse Studios, thank you so much for being here today.
Thanks for having us.
And you typically work out of Portland, Oregon, so you traveled here for the event today.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I'm actually right across the river from Portland, Oregon in Vancouver, but I just say Portland because it's just so close. People think I'm from Canada when I say Vancouver, so it's just easier to say.
The other Vancouver.
Nothing wrong with Canada, but it's just easier to say Portland. But
it certainly is. And correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you win our last Creator Challenge?
I did. Well, we actually all won the Creator Challenge together, I believe. So it's just being invited to the show. We're all winners. So, and then being part of this Extra Life charity foundation, it's just a little cherry on the top for sure.
It is. It's awesome. Well, we're excited to have you. Alejandro?
Yes, and today with us we also have PC Junkie Mods. Lee, nice to see you. Great to have you here. You're from the neighborhood per se, right?
Yeah, per se. I'm Northern California, so Stockton area. My shop's actually in Lodi, so I drove down. It's a lot easier than messing around with the flights,
Nah, it's great. It's great to have you guys. Now, you're in Portland.
Yep.
You're here in California. So there must have been a little bit of a logistic, a little bit of hurdle. So we definitely would like to hear all the hurdles you guys overcame to do this build. So it will be pretty interesting to see that.
Yeah, it's a lot of videos and talking on the phone, and is the measurement right, because he's at his shop, I'm at my shop, and I'm doing one thing, he's doing another thing, and we're trying to bring that together here.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'd like to hear some stories on that. Like, what was like, oh, wait, was it supposed to be this or was it supposed to be that?
Yeah, exactly. There was a few little hiccups here and there, but we got it right. But we haven't even put the full system together yet, so we don't even know what it looks like all
That's
together.
That's gonna be awesome. That's gonna be thrilled.
So we're going to see it for the first time here on the show, fully complete. So hopefully the
Can't wait.
idea comes together. So
Can you give
excited.
us a little insight as to what the plan is for today?
yeah, so we're going to do some airbrushing, some live airbrushing as well. We're going to have Bruce do some airbrushing. We got some panels.
What?
Yeah.
I've never airbrushed anything before.
Yeah, It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a first, and we got some custom panels back here that we're working on. We'll have you work on as well. Some few things that we need to finish up, but yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Look at that side
I know,
panel.
that
Yeah.
side panel is like, if you see me running out the door, you know why.
We'll probably do some tube bending as well.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's going to be awesome.
Some live tube bending, some on-site modding as well. There's some things that
I've never been
probably.
through tubes. I don't know what that is.
We'll
So-
show you. We'll show you.
Okay, all right. I'm really worried. All right.
Make sure I don't.
I don't
there you
think
go.
that's,
I don't drop it.
Yeah, that's
Make sure
not
camera
sitting
can
in
see
there.
It's not sitting in there?
Yeah,
Oh.
just
Yeah, keep it in there.
Gingerly.
Is it my right or my other right? There we go.
Beautiful.
yeah, but we got to tie that in there. It's just kind of just sitting in there right now, but.
Yeah, and let's not.
like, "Don't drop it."
I know.
I like
I don't
this.
want to be.
Really playing to the audience today. I
Yeah.
love it. It's perfect for the event. What parts are we building with today?
Yeah, so we're using the Z790 ROG Hero,
Yeah, it's a hero board.
and then obviously the KS.
Yep, the 1300 KS, correct.
And then we have a Strix 4080. We have 32 gigs of Trident Z RGB RAM. And we have the Strix Power, or is that the Thor? I think
It's a Thor, yeah.
A Thor.
And a bunch of Be Quiet stuff, so like the 802 case, and then some of their LED ring fans.
Yeah.
That 802 case is really, really nice. I don't say it because I'm building that before, and I was like, wow, it's just.
Yeah, it is pretty nice.
Yeah, and special thanks to EK for sponsoring all the liquid cooling for us. They came through with us for a custom block
awesome.
last minute for the
custom. Wow.
yeah, for the 4080, and Lee and I were just like, is it there yet? Is it there yet? So we're just like,
Down to the wire.
it was down to the wire. Yeah, we're thinking that we would have to like air cool it, and fortunately EK came through and delivered it on time, and
Great.
yeah, so but that's the industry though, man.
Yeah.
It's
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, there's also something special on the case that we haven't revealed yet, that you can't even see with the cameras.
Yeah.
That Lee has put together.
Ooh.
And I think it's really, honestly, I think it's the best part of the whole machine, because what you said was, this is something I've never seen before, and you're right, I've never
Yep.
seen it either. So I'm
I
sure
am-
it exists, but
I am very.
it's super exciting.
Yes, I'm very.
Yeah.
Now I have all the questions.
know.
Are you allowed to tell us now, or do you want to wait and reveal that a little later?
So the EK makes a reservoir that is a flat reservoir, and there's been a lot of distro type of reservoirs and stuff, and distro plates are basically where you have a bunch of different tubes come in and then they go right to your component, right? So EK made this reservoir that's flat, and it has a couple ports on it and it has a couple ports on the bottom. I haven't seen anybody put it out on display, basically.
Yeah.
So we actually made a custom panel for the front, and it basically just looks like it goes there.
yeah.
I love it.
yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
Now, the other unsung hero here is this little thing that it comes very useful for modders and builders.
The lazy
Lazy Susan.
The lazy Susan.
It is very helpful, but sometimes it could be a pain too, because
Yes.
it turns when it wants to.
A mind of his own.
Yeah.
Now, is your plan to build vertically today?
Yeah, I'm going to pretty much put it together there, and Bruce
Wow.
is going to be helping me.
That's right. I'm going to be helping a lot. That's what I
Airbrushing.
do. I help a lot.
Airbrushing, making some custom panels.
That's what I do. All
installing
that
the CPU.
all that stuff. That's what I do all the time, right,
Yeah.
guys?
Before breakfast.
Well, Bruce, I don't know if you've ever tried to build vertically before. It's so much better for camera. You can really show it off,
Yes.
especially
Oh, yeah.
with something like a lazy Susan. But I have seen a GPU dropped in my day. Fortunately, not by me, but
Yeah.
it terrifies me enough that anytime I build, I'm like, you know what? We'll just lay this down.
Right.
Yeah.
It is a lot easier to lay it down, definitely.
Well, it's great that that Lee's here with the build too, because he's the OG of liquid cooling, and so if people want to get into liquid cooling, and he's having the live demo right here and to be showing how it's done with live tube bending, he's the guy. So it's great. It's
You guys also got amazing cable sleeving. I mean, you guys, of course,
All the
are the
good.
experts. So, oh yeah.
Mainframe, right?
yeah, mainframe custom
Dave's
state.
over at
Yeah.
Mainframe.
Yep, he provided those cables for us.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Perfectly color coordinated today for Intel as
Yeah,
well.
exactly. Yeah,
It matches my sweater. Look how
Wait, did you do that?
No, that was not on purpose at all.
That's perfect. Awesome. Well, thank you guys
Thank
so
you, guys.
much for giving us some insight into what this build is going to end up looking like towards the end of the stream, and we will let you get to work.
All right.
right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Yay! All right, let's move on over here.
All right, let's get this going.
Going over to our second desk. I don't know what I'm doing. I just decided
No,
I was
you
a
just come
train,
over.
and
That's
like you
fine.
were a train too. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Kappa, I'm gonna hand this to you. How are you today?
Good. How are y'all doing? All the festivities, you know.
All the festivities. So, folks, here we have host of TwitchCon 2022, the crown spotlight queen, the host of hosts, here to take on a new type of challenge, Kappa Noodle.
This is a challenge. I am excited. I'm also a little nervous. I'm gonna keep my hands where everyone can see them. I'm only gonna be, but you know, I don't want to be that person. But I'm really looking forward to doing this with Ellie and John. From what I've seen, this is my first time actually seeing the whole process. I've never truly just watched a PC get built.
Oh, this is
so
great.
this is a first for me. So from everything they've explained, this is gonna be really cool.
It's going to be a process.
And I feel like you guys are introducing Kappa Noodle to the PC build process like on hardcore mode.
We
today.
are. We really are. Yeah.
We cranked it to insanity. And
Like, there's nothing here there to start with. And then we're like, well, let's go. Let's do this.
Well, hopefully
Build it from
we'll
the
be
ground up.
Sorry. Hopefully we'll be the first of many.
Yes.
No, I hope
yeah,
so.
that'd be
Like,
great.
This is high stakes. Like, this is intense. I feel like it's an episode of like 24 or something. I'm very excited.
We need that bleep.
I know.
Bleep, bleep. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had asked them when we first started, I'm like, so you're going to put this whole thing together like right now? I thought, you know, some of it would already be pre-built. I'm like, oh no, they mean this. Like I'm going to get to see the full experience today.
Yeah. We're doing it live, and from Liquid House's content that I've had a chance to see, this is going to be no ordinary PC build, correct?
No.
Correct. Yeah, it's something special that we are going to do. This is a special custom chassis that we designed for this event, and we're hoping that everyone enjoys it. We actually don't even have a name for it. We figured chat could maybe have some fun with the name for.
Oh,
Yeah, let's see if
Guys, you guys are experts on liquid cooling, and like you've been in this show many times before, and every build that you guys build is it's amazing. I mean, for everybody, but
Thank
it's
you,
blown
thank
off. So can't wait to see you guys.
Well,
Both of you
appreciated.
guys.
Thanks for having us back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
love to get
great.
it back.
Yeah, this is very exciting. So we've got the Apex Z790 Apex ROG Maximus, and obviously we're going to be pairing it with the most insane 1300 KS. We've got Gisco actually came in to sponsor some Save 800 megahertz DDR5s. Try and get it to maybe 8,000 megahertz. We'll see
Ooh,
if that happens.
that would be pretty cool.
And then we've got ROG Strix, actually water blocked with an Optimus water block. And then we've got these big fat radiators. These are AlphaCool monster radiators, 86 millimeters wide.
I was going to ask
The
you, like,
monster name is
Yes.
very
Yes.
appropriate.
Yeah.
very, very much namesake. And so these are 86 millimeters wide. There's two of them. 6 fans total, 6 gigahertz, so.
that's awesome.
Yeah, so this build's actually going to be pretty something once it's all put together.
Yeah.
Nothing right
The
now.
unit.
But this will be a fun little.
You think you've seen everything, and until I was like, wait, I haven't seen those radiators before. So you guys are always bringing something new to the table, which is awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, and the chassis is full 3/16 stainless steel, so I mean it's very sturdy, very rigid, holds any weight whatsoever. It's originally designed to be a test bench chassis without the radiator wings, and it was something that we were going to have internally at our HQ. Would have our external radiator stands that we're kind of known for now, paired up with this setup with like quick disconnects right here. But
Nice.
being that ICC is a little bit geared a little bit differently than obviously an external radiator would allow, decided to throw on some monster radiators instead. So once it's all put together, it's going to be really cool.
That's going to be, I can't wait to see you guys finish it. It's going to be pretty cool.
Thank you.
It
Thank you,
is.
thank you.
Thank you for giving us some insight into that. We will let you all get to work here at your station. I can't wait to see what the
gotta
three
get
of you
busy.
have in store for us today.
Thank you.
Awesome. Enjoy.
Thank you, guys.
See you soon.
Thank you. Have fun.
And
All right. Marching over here. I'm going to hand this over to you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes. thank you guys so much for being here this year. I cannot wait to see what build you have in store for us. We'll go ahead and start off with the new kids on the block. I myself am a new kid on the block here as well, so I think it's I'll welcome the newbies, and then we'll bring back our returning fans, if you will. The Almighty Bones is here today, folks. Quality Man Simpsons fan and award-winning, I just found this out before we went live, award-winning mustache.
Did you see my office trophies? Yeah.
Okay, I need to know a little bit more about that.
I started growing this big old thing back in 2015. I joined a beard and mustache club, the Gentlemen's Social Club of Los Angeles. Shout out to you guys. And we put on charity events and raise money for the LA Food Bank. And I've won a few of those competitions, so it's been a good time. So
That's awesome. Yeah. And what is your PC building background?
None. I went on iBuyPower.com once and I built a PC, but that was as far as I went, and I upgraded my PC so I could play World of Warcraft. But recently, I'm very excited to announce that I replaced my cooling system on my home PC. So a high-tech $20 cooling system, so very excited to announce that, yeah.
So you're pretty much ready.
He's ready
to dive into this.
We'll just sit back. We'll just sit back.
Exactly. and I'm glad team went with the mini ITX case.
Very small. Very small.
I will say, you get the. I think this might be the biggest case I've seen of these three tables. So your Extra Life donations, if you average it out, you get a bigger PC here if you win. Yeah.
I mean, well, at least you're here in good hands.
Yeah.
So joined by GGF Events and PC Works, I know you guys will be able to lead the Almighty Bones through your first start to finish build, but what a first build this will be. Tell us what we have in store today.
So basically, do you want to go through the case, and then I'll go through the parts?
Yeah, so this case is actually a Phanteks Elite case. Me and Stuart here actually modded the case.
Cool.
And in almost a day, we were outside in his yard, and we were actually in the rain cutting with a grinder just because we had that short of a time. But there's some custom panels that I made on my laser, and then we have some custom pass-through stuff, and then we have this custom front that I designed and then had water jetted. So
it's going to be very blue.
It's going to be very blue, very
But that's how you know, you said something in there, that's how you know you're a real pro. It's like, I caught this on my laser. Laser? I mean, not everybody has a laser on their background, but that's awesome.
Yeah.
I have to say, I was snooping a little bit yesterday when we were here at some of the pieces that you have, and I was going to ask if they were laser or 3D prints. So laser is the answer, yes?
Yeah, the laser's
right, yep.
Very cool, very cool.
So what parts are you currently going to be using for the build?
Similar to probably the first station you guys checked out, we have the Asus Maximus ROG Hero Z790, of course. We have the i9 13900KS CPU, just launched today. We have some XPG. I think we've got a different memory than the others. We've got some XPG. That's ROG edition, which looks pretty cool. Some XPG NVMe drives. And then for the GPU, we have the ROG Strix 4080. And then you went through the case before. And then the power supply is a 1000 Asus ROG Thor, which is a nice little unit as well.
Nice. I see behind you, there's something, I don't know if the camera will get it, but eventually you guys will see it when it gets built. You have a couple of radiators back there.
Well, as you said, this is such a small case.
Exactly.
We wanted to go with,
it's a portable. It's for your LAN events.
As many radiators because we wanted our system to be running as cool as possible. So
that is awesome. Yeah, hopefully.
There's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot back here
that you will see.
Well, if people follow me and my YouTube, they know that I do the craziest builds, the biggest builds, heaps of fans, heaps of radiators. So that's what I like to do, jam as much in the case you can possibly fit.
That's awesome. Can't wait to you guys start building. It'll be pretty neat to see that.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be super neat. So everybody make sure, again, that you're entering the sweepstakes so you have a chance to look at all this. And, again, keep your judging hats on because the Intel Insiders vote does
count. Yeah, it carries it, yeah.
For some of these points, it carries some weight. So keep that in mind, for sure.
Yeah, it's the one, I think, if I do the math wrong, we shouldn't be doing math this early, but it's like 1/4 of your points, it's you guys. So
nice. It's 1/10.
That's 1/10. You see, that's what I do math early.
Former mathlete coming to the rescue.
Thank you.
But yeah, 5 points of the 50 total points that can be accumulated is the Intel Insiders. So
awesome.
Pretty exciting. Do you guys have any specific categories of the judging criteria that you think like, oh man, we got this in the bag?
Cooling. We got cooling.
You'll definitely be able to see LK.
Yeah.
Okay.
As you said, being so small. No.
Right.
being so big, it's a bit of a statement piece. It's got a lot of mirrors, lights, and it just looks really cool.
Yeah. Aesthetically, I think we have a good shot.
Oh, that would be awesome. Yeah. Also, for you guys who are watching, we also are doing some behind the scenes on our Discord server. So, yeah, if you want to see more, Brian is going to be joining you guys. I don't know if he's already running behind the scenes, showing you how we're doing, how everything is getting produced.
Probably.
Have some interviews. I don't see it. Okay, so it starts. It's the voice in my head that I actually have to pay attention to just told me that it will start in a little bit.
Yes, Intel Insiders starting on Discord in a little bit. Tune in for the behind the scenes. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see this powerhouse come together on stream today. Do you think you'll be finishing with time to spare, or do you think it might come down to the wire?
I think we can do it.
Yeah, I think we could do it.
I think we can do it. We've got everything laid out. Everything is ready to go.
Cool.
We should be sweet.
And you have the almighty Bones helping as well.
He's going to do it all, remember? So.
I can handle a screwdriver. I know that much.
Yeah.
Just need a hammer. You're good.
Yeah.
All set. All right. Well, thank you guys so much. Good luck with the build today. I can't wait to see how it comes along.
It's going to be amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Sir. Yes. And shall we head back over?
Yes, I think we should go ahead
Let's
back over.
go ahead and do it. All right.
All right.
I mean, we really do have some excellent builds in store today. I'm excited to see them come together. It should be awesome.
I can't wait to see them all. Like right now they're starting. They're starting right now to build everything, getting it there. So there's some amazing things.
Builds unlike anything I've seen before, for sure.
Yeah, these guys. I mean, I've seen them build a couple of times, and they're amazing. And every time they do it, it just blows my mind.
I know. I feel so honored to be here. I know. How many creator challenges have you been here for now?
I think it's been 4.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 or 4, yeah. So I've been here doing them for a while, and it's been amazing. Every time they just blow my mind.
Yeah.
So it's great to see those guys that you think like, their imagination has no bounds. So it's pretty neat.
Right. No, it's super cool to see in person. Like I said, I like to watch a lot of this content from home, but this it's very, very cool to be here in person and see it happening. Which I'm sure that everyone at home watching this can probably relate to. But we are all here today because it's a launch event.
Yes, correct.
So let's go ahead and talk about the brand new KS processor.
Yes, so the new KS processor, like we said before, is the 13900 KS. The big thing about it is that we hit this big milestone, which is out of the box you get 6 gigahertz. So yes, we're pretty excited. We have a little bit of insight how that came about in a video later on in a second. So it is, you'll be able to hit 6 gigahertz at turbo frequencies in either 2 cores. And then also our Turbo 3.0 will hit, I think it's 5.7 gigahertz on that.
Okay.
So that will be able to we have crank up the frequencies and all that stuff. And this is all due to our constant improvement on our process technology. Mm-hmm. So we have done all these different things to get it there, and is in the same Raptor Lake architecture, the 13th generation that we started launch with the K, and then at CES we launched the rest of the stack, and now the crown jewel with the KS. So we're pretty happy about it.
Yeah. Now, for people who may not be familiar, can you talk a little bit about the difference between P cores and E cores and why that's important?
Sure. So the P cores that we have are what we call performance cores, and the E cores are efficient cores. Now, just because they're called efficient cores, that doesn't mean that they're a little bit of a lame dog. No, actually, they do a lot of the legwork. They're very impressive. They are competitive for those who are a little bit geek like me. They're the Skylake architecture core. That's kind of sort of where the performance is at. But the P cores are the ones that are really strong and do a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to different workloads. So we have, on the Raptor Lake architecture, we have 8 P cores and we have 16 E cores, which is 8 more than we have in the previous generation. So for a total of 24 cores. So yeah, I said we have a plethora of cores in there.
A plethora of cores. I didn't mention this, but I mean, I have all the questions for Alejandro that I'd want to ask personally. But for those of you who have questions, make sure that you put those in chat. We're going to be picking some of your questions to ask right now as well. This is the time. We're going to be here hanging out all afternoon. Now, Alejandro, you mentioned that 6 cores is kind of the overriding thing for today, but I don't know if we've specifically mentioned that that's the theme of the modding competition as well.
Yeah, you're right. So 6 gigahertz is going to be the theme of the overall. So when we talked with the modders and we're planning this whole thing, we told them like, yeah, 6 gigahertz should be the theme that you build your system on. So that's going to be
neat.
Yeah, so we can't wait to see how they reveal that on their build.
I can't wait to see. Now, with the KS processors that we're celebrating today, one of the things that I'm most excited when I finally do get to build with this processor is how compatible it is, right?
Yes, that is correct. So this generation is compatible with the 600 series chipset and also the 700 series chipset. So if you had the previous generation, you can just do a quick BIOS update and then drop it in, and it will be working no problem. So for those of you guys thinking of upgrading, that would be a good thing to do.
Supports DDR4 and DDR5?
Yes, which is even better because, that gives you flexibility. So DDR4, DDR5, depending on what you want. If you have a build that already had DDR4, you can just grab your memory stick and put it in there and you'll be fine. But if you want the greatest and latest, you can just grab the DDR5 and also go with that.
Perfect.
Yeah, so that's pretty new. One of the things that I want to show you guys is I sat down with an Intel fellow engineer and we talk about a little bit of how this processor came about. And I wouldn't want to spoil it for you, but yeah, it's a cool interview of, you will think that, oh, we're just going to go for 6 gigahertz, and we're going to, but it's a little bit different. So he'll have a lot of insights, and it's a video actually that I would like to share with you guys. So hopefully we'll get to see it.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to see that at some point today. Let's see. Here we go.
My name is Alejandro Hoyos, and I'm an Intel Tech Evangelist. And today with me, we have Guy Thurian. Hi, Guy. How's it going?
Hey, all right. How are you?
Doing well. Why don't you tell us quickly, what do you do?
I am what's known as an Intel Fellow, and I work in the client computing group, and I concentrate on what we call performance segmentation, and that is getting the most performance out of our top bin parts, and including performance across the SKU stack.
That's awesome. So today we have you here because we're going to talk a little bit about this new processor that's coming out, is the 13900KS. And one of the cool things, or one of the major things about it, is actually hitting 6 gigahertz.
Yes.
So out of the box. Yeah. So I wanted to ask you a couple questions since you were involved with it. I guess we'll start off the bottom. It's like 6 gigahertz. How did that come about? Or was it like, was it a goal? Or like, hey, we can reach it? So yeah, tell us a little bit more on that.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to tell you that, we set a goal of 6 gigahertz and we drove towards, but it doesn't really happen that way. The way that it works is through continuous improvement, continuous refinement of the Intel Silicon process over time. So we look at our original product, the 13900K, and that's a higher volume product. Okay, and when we look at the 13900KS, it's a lower volume product, and it has some additional specification changes associated with its reliability and its power and its current and things like that. And so when we try to find the parts, the ones that are going to be in this thinner bin, we have an opportunity to find parts that are a higher performance. And so we refine the process, we continue to test parts in order to find these parts. And so it all has to do with, were we able to, in our post-silicon analysis, find the right number of parts to meet our demand? And if we are able to provide them meeting our demand at these frequencies, then we can achieve it. And in this case, it ended up being a 6 gigahertz part.
That's awesome. So it's like meaning that, do we have the enough volume for our customers that meets the specifications?
That's right.
That's pretty cool. So 6 gigahertz, why is it challenging to achieve those gigahertz? It sounds like we were so close with 5.8, but then we had to do a lot of these extra things. So why is that the case?
Yeah, so there are limits that we apply, and the specification limits that we will use in order to try to achieve the volume of parts that we have at certain characteristics. So for example, a maximum voltage. The voltage is capped so that we don't exceed our reliability requirements. So it can become very difficult when you have an active power of a component, you have a leakage power of a component, and you have a maximum voltage, and you're trying to make sure that the right number of parts that you're wanting to supply can function at the frequency that you want. And so as we exclude parts that don't meet that criteria, we need to make sure we don't get down to just a few parts. We need to have the thousands and thousands of parts that meet our demand. And so it can be tough to find parts that meet the criteria within the,
So we're looking at, so this is Raptor Lake, and then we have Alder Lake. What were the changes that allowed for Raptor Lake to be able to achieve this 6 gigahertz?
Yeah. So generally speaking, they are just process refinement. So the manufacturing process is continuously refined. We run lots all the time, even during the manufacturing of launched products, and they are continuously analyzed and tweaked, and opportunities for improving it is happening all the time in order to maximize our manufacturing yield. And so this happens, as I said, during product generation, and so the next product generation can take advantage of those learnings as we have over time. And this is the main reason that we were able to achieve the 6 gigahertz and with the criteria for the 13900KS SKU.
Were there any limitations since we went from Alder Lake to Raptor Lake? Any limitations to be able to stay backward compatible with a previous platform?
I see. So for the customers who want to get the most out of their systems, they need to have the specifications implemented, the extreme performance specification. That means that you have to have better power delivery and better cooling. So some OEMs may have had already locked it into Alder Lake to be at a lesser level. And so they cannot realize the maximum performance of, say, the 13900KS unless they support a higher level of thermal capability and power delivery, 400 amps, 320 watts of power. But there are a number of channel boards from our channel customers that support a massive amount of overclocking. And those boards, and there's a plethora of those boards supplied, already support much higher current and power than would be required for in-spec operation. And so now when we increase the amount of in-spec operation, those boards already support it.
Yeah, those are supported because, like you said, overclocking, in order to do that, you need that extra power, current, and everything. So,
right.
So we're already compatible with them.
They're already compatible, and as long as you use a best-in-class liquid cooler, you can realize the benefit.
Nice, nice. For when we get the parts back, the validation, is there anything special that we need to do, or we were talking earlier, we validated this way or this other way?
So when we bin parts in general, we have manufacturing tests that attempt to verify the functionality of the parts at up to a maximum voltage. Okay, and we can manipulate the frequency at that voltage. In some cases, no matter how much voltage you apply and how much frequency you apply, the parts will not operate. Right. So what we do is we set a voltage, and then we increment up frequency, and those tests are typical. So if the test ran at 5 gigahertz, 5.2, 5.4, 5.6, 5.8, 6 gigahertz, it works fine, right? So no changes there in the way that we manufacture. Sometimes we have to go through generational changes in the tests to ensure that they can support much higher frequencies, but in this case, it was more of an incremental effort. Now with regards to the validation, we also have to validate that the parts function and function with these higher powers and currents, and then we've done that in this case using best-in-class coolers.
When the whole team got the first part back and you were able to see reaching 6 gigahertz, what was your reaction, or what time you knew that was going to be possible?
So I have to give the Israel Design Center folks some credit. This is their baby, and they work very hard in order to eke every little bit of less performance out of these parts. And you never want to overcommit and underdeliver, right? So it's very common to see a pre-silicon projection come back that says something that's more conservative and only provide the final result as possible pending analysis, right? So when we first got the pre-silicon projection out, and it came out to 5.9.
Yeah, it's so close.
Even the 13900K was lower, right? So as this thing refines over time, it's a 13.9. So we're all, you don't talk about it. It's kind of like having your fingers crossed. It's 13.9. I hope we can get to 6. I bet you we can get to 6 gigahertz if we only just don't jinx it. Things like that. And so ultimately, in the end, we have a meeting one day, and they say, okay, and now the final result of our analysis shows 6 gigahertz. Yeah, and everybody,
it was just like,
everybody's like, yes, 6 gigahertz. Finally, text off to the GM saying, we got 6 gigahertz. Send a note to Pat that says you get 6 gigahertz, and he's very happy about it. Because it's a nice round milestone.
Yeah, it's a big milestone, especially when within spec that we support. So that's awesome. Yeah. So now that 6 gigahertz there, we have reached that milestone. What's next? Where do we head out next?
Yeah, so it would be great if I could tell you that we could continue to go 7 gigahertz, 6, right? There are some limitations on the in the coming years with regards to silicon processes. A lot of the industry is facing limits of capability as associated with voltage. So, performance is what we really care about. Frequency is nice because it's marketable. It's a nice round number that you can market. But ultimately, we worry about delivering single thread performance and multi-kit thread performance. And so frequency is just one way in order to achieve it. The other way to achieve it is through adding transistors, gates, etc., in order to increase what we call the instructions per clock, or the IPC of the processor. So while 6 gigahertz is a nice milestone, we're doing it at very high voltages. And I don't think it's sustainable for a long period of time, given the probably the evolution of silicon process. And I think this is across the industry. So I think that you're looking at a reset, maybe not next year, but within a few years you'll see a reset. So sometimes we reset lower, and we still have better performance at lower frequencies, but then we start incrementing up again. So
yeah, like a step increase, and I think it kind of makes sense, right? Because as you said, as more instructions, more transistors, more gates are needed, more power, and it's also a little bit more difficult to like thermals and everything else. So.
Yeah, and in fact, for overclocking capability, historically, you might have seen a problem of function, where no matter how much voltage and frequency that you give it, that you couldn't get it to function. Nowadays, we've seen a trend towards the problem in getting the frequency is the power. So only when you use liquid nitrogen or liquid helium or something like that can you get it at the highest frequency. So that's the barrier. It's getting the heat out. And that's when things get smaller and smaller and smaller. Those densities cause the thermal concentration to be very difficult to cool. And so that's what we've seen the trend move towards thermal limitations as opposed to frequency voltage limitations.
No, that's right. Well, Guy, thank you very much. This has been great. We learned a lot. Appreciate it to be with us again, and I love your shirt.
Oh, thanks. And you're very welcome. Look forward to our launch.
Thank you. Thanks.
And welcome back, everybody. Hope you guys enjoyed the video that we just had with our Intel fellow, Guy Atherion. It was a lot of good information. So we had, like Tricia was saying before, if you have any questions regarding everything that we have doing today, put it up in the chat, and we'll be addressing those a little bit later on. But right now, actually, we have an interview going on.
We do. We have Adam Shafani here from Extra Life. Adam, thank you for joining us on the stream today.
Thank you all so much for having me.
Yes, I mean, this is not only absolutely awesome that we're doing this Creator Challenge, we're modding some PCs live, but we're doing it all with the aim of raising money for a good cause. So for folks who might be unfamiliar with Extra Life as an organization, can you give us a little insight as to what Extra Life does?
Absolutely. So Extra Life is a program of Children's Miracle Network hospitals with over 50,000 participants across the United States and Canada, but we have people worldwide as well. And since its inception in 2008, Extra Life has raised about a little over $100 million for local children's hospitals across the U.S. and Canada. And so this is our 15th anniversary, so we're super excited. We're glad to have y'all with us. This is amazing. So what Extra Life is, it's a peer-to-peer fundraising to where you sign up for Extra Life and you either game online or in a store or with friends, with family, with work, whatever, and you can raise money for your local children's hospital. So like I raise money for Le Bonheur Children's Hospital in Memphis, Tennessee, because that's where I live.
Yeah.
So.
Nice.
I've raised money for Children's Hospital of LA since that's where I live. It's absolutely awesome. And for the funds that are raised for this network of hospitals, can you give us a little bit of a kind of picture into what that money goes towards specifically? Is it going to help medical bills? Is it going to help provide video games? What is that going towards?
So that differs from hospital to hospital. So what we do is we give the hospital the money as unrestricted funds. So the hospital gets to use it where they have the most need. So some are for charity care, so medical bills, things like that. Some are for research, some are for education. A lot is for child life services. For those of you who don't know, child life services are things like giving toys, video games, parties for kids and stuff like that. So it's to make the hospital stay more comfortable for children.
So important. So important. Alejandro, have you had the opportunity to work with Extra Life in the past?
No, actually, this is my first time to working with you guys. I'm very excited that we were able to partner with you. I mean, I think what you guys do is great. It's a great service to everybody, especially helping the kids and, in some difficult times, but just keeping that joy and that smile on their face. I think you win the people battle right there.
Absolutely, for the kids. Who doesn't want to help out the kids? Now, Adam, you said Extra Life started out in 2008. Have you been with Extra Life since 2008?
I have not. So I actually started with Extra Life in 2018, so about 10 years later. In 2018, about 4 days before my son's second birthday, he was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. And so he's almost 7 now, but so he's been diabetic for almost 5 years. So he was treated at Le Bonheur Children's Hospital, where I fundraise for. And my brother and my friends and I wanted to give back, so we started fundraising for Extra Life and for Le Bonheur Children's Hospital. So I've been with Extra Life since 2018. I've been a fundraiser myself since then, and I started with Extra Life as the community manager last year.
Awesome. And can you tell us a little bit about the sweepstakes that we have going on right now that folks can enter?
Sure thing. So the sweepstakes is super exciting. We're so glad that Intel wanted to partner with us on this. So for those who are eligible, I will say it's eligible for people in the United States, the 50 states of the United States, and the District of Columbia. Unfortunately, it's not. No one in Canada or U.S. territories are eligible. So people can donate to each of these pages to win, but the easiest way to get like a free entry to each PC is to register for Extra Life. That's actually required to enter the, sweepstakes. You have to register for Extra Life. You'll get 1 entry per PC when you do that, and then there's various levels where you can donate to each page to enter for that PC specifically. So as the stream goes on, if you're liking the build with Bruce or the build with Cup of Noodle or the build with the Almighty Bones, like whichever one you like is the one you should donate to. You can donate to all 3 if you'd like and win chances for all or get chances for all 3. But there's lots of ways to enter to win. And it's super, super exciting. These builds already look incredible and they're just frames, which is awesome.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see them come together. I love that you're able to donate for more chances to win one of the specific modded PCs. Adam, do you have a background in PC building yourself? Do you dabble at all?
I do. So initially, like the Almighty Bones said, initially I went on a site and just kind of built, click, 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 built a PC that way. During 2020, when I was kind of locked down at home, I decided to build my own PC because mine was dying. And so I bought a bunch of parts and built it myself. And my brother even joked that I should film like a Henry Cavill-esque like tank top build video, and I may have filmed it, but it never got out. So there's that.
Wait, so there's footage. There's footage. There is footage. Oh, I see where this is going. That would be a great fundraiser.
It's from like a phone ago. Yeah, but it was good challenge there. If we hit 50,000 for this whole campaign, I might release a bit. So
hold on, you just careful.
I gotta find it first. I gotta find the footage because it's from my last phone, so it should be in Google Drive. But anyway, so I did that. I built my PC. I actually built my brother's PC, and I took my old PC, which actually has an Intel chip in it, and it had died, so I fixed all the parts that were messed up in it, and now it's my son's PC.
That's awesome. So are you the designated IT geek of the family? Like all the family on Christmas comes over or Thanksgiving like, hey, Adam, my PC's not working that well.
1,000%. So previous to this, I did work in IT. Exactly. So I'm the IT guy of the family. Actually, this past Christmas, I helped my grandmother buy a TV, my parents buy a TV, and several other people. So fun stuff.
That's great to have you here, and thanks for being with us, and thanks for being a partner with us. We really appreciate it.
I appreciate y'all having us here and doing this with us. We are so excited for this. The whole team is watching the stream and everything, so it's a blast. It'll
be good to know which one, if you have a favorite one or something like that. It'll be interesting to see. From what you have seen so far, which one catches the eye most for you?
So the first build seems really unique in like what they're doing. And
so you're talking about the
I don't
PC
know,
Junkie modes and Blue Horse.
Yeah, that one looked really, really interesting. And then the last one, the case looks really huge, but I want to give them all a fair chance right now because I haven't seen them built yet. So I'm really, really excited to see what they do.
Oh, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be awesome. So yeah, so for you guys, keep looking, see which one is the one you like the most. If you have a hard time figuring out which one, like, well, maybe we'll just go to all three of them. So it's up to you to figure it out.
It's true. You could just keep donating.
Yep.
You could just say, you know what, I know I donated to Liquid House's build originally, but now I love the way that PC Works is coming together. Let me donate just a little bit more. And again, it's all raising money for a very good cause. So Adam, thank you for providing just a little look into what Extra Life does, and thank you for partnering for the event today.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you all again for doing this.
Yes, this is awesome. All right, thank you so much, Adam, for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alejandro, I know you and I were talking a little bit before about the overclocking that's happening today. Trying to maybe beat a world record.
Yes.
And I can actively see behind you right now, like my eye line is looking right at some pretty incredible stuff. So I believe maybe we get to check in with those folks pretty soon?
Yes, I think we will check with them. First, we'll do a quick video, kind of giving a quick rundown of overclocking, and then we'll go back to the experts, to these guys who are legends. Peter and John will introduce a little bit more when we move over there in a couple seconds. So first, we'll go into a quick video about overclocking, and then we'll dive in more there.
Hey guys, we're currently in the lab here at Intel IDC. It's a little bit noisy, but it's okay. Just hang out with us. We're about to do some extreme overclocking with liquid nitrogen with Raptor Lake. So I am very excited because I want to see what frequencies we can reach. So now one of the things that we got to keep in mind when we do overclocking with the processors is first, once you do overclocking, the warranty is void. Two, we cannot guarantee that all processors, once you're overclocking them, will reach the same frequencies. And three, just to let you know, yes, these parts have been handpicked so that we can actually see how high they can get. So let's get ready. Let's come over and see some overclocking.
My name is Yaniv Carmel. I'm leading overclocking activity here in IDC.
My name is Roy Miner. I'm from the overclocking team here in IDC. We started overclocking on Alder Lake on 12 Gen, but for Raptor Lake it was a very exciting experience. It was much easier procedure, and the frequency levels that we got were much higher.
13 Gen is based on the successful hybrid architecture of 12 Gen. It brings with it a significant clock speed improvement out of the box.
It brings 8 P-cores and twice the number of E-cores for better performance. Overclockers want to get the maximum out of units. With the KSQ of Raptor Lake, they can do that because they have extended overclocking headroom and higher out-of-the-box frequencies.
On a minute, we're going to show you how we take all 8 P-core to the limit.
We saw these guys hit 8.366 on single core, which is amazing, and we also did a multi-core of 8.2, all of them on the P cores. I want to thank all the guys here involved at the overclocking lab. You guys did an amazing job. Thank you very much. Thank you guys for being here with us. Appreciate it. Catch you guys next time.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome back. Hope you guys enjoyed that video. There's a lot of, this seems like the same guy that hasn't changed his shirt in a while, but it's good. But now we're here with some overclocker masters. We have Peter. Hi, Peter. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So we have Peter and we have John. Nice to meet you, John. Hey. Thanks. So tell me, Peter, what do you have today for us over here?
So I am overclocking the 13900KS, obviously.
Yeah,
but
that's
I'm
what we're
doing
doing.
it with water cooling. But
nice.
Not just regular water cooling. I'm making use of the EK Delta 2 Tech. So it's
Okay.
a tech cooler that is powered by the Intel cryocooling technology.
Do you want
And it allows us to go sub-ambient on the CPU temperature. So I'll show you later on how much frequency I can get by
can get over
going
that.
sub-ambient.
So what this means is, sub-ambient, so let's say currently we are I don't know what we are, let's say 64 Fahrenheit, 18, I don't know, doing the conversion right. That means that the ambient that's it right now, but with this tech cooler, you actually be able to lower that and improve the thermals for it.
Yeah, so with a normal water cooler, you transport the heat through the water in the radiator and then exchange it with the air, right? But your water temperature cannot be lower than the air temperature. However, with this tech cooler, we can get it lower than the air temperature.
Oh, that's awesome. That's amazing.
Yeah.
I got a little scare over here because I saw, we'll get to this, but I was like, oh, what's going on?
Speaking of cooler.
Speaking of cooler, but sorry. So, yeah, so what do you have over here? Let's wait. And John.
Yep.
So what is all this going on? I see you have a lot of coffee, I'm kidding. But are you making ice cream?
Yeah, strawberry flavor.
Ooh, that's good. Yeah, tell us what's
we're
going
doing
on.
a little bit of liquid nitrogen overclocking.
Nice, liquid nitrogen.
So we're using the KS, obviously.
KS? Mm-hmm.
And currently, we're running the CPU profile benchmark from FutureMark, 3DMark,
Nice.
UL nowadays. So that lets us run like different thread loads. And we can kind of use Turbo Boost to optimize each thread count. So you go like 16 threads, maybe run like 7.7. So you can see now we're running like 7.9. That's for 8 threads right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually now we're getting like 8 gigahertz for like one thread.
One
right?
thread, yeah.
And we're also running G.Skill memory at 8,000 megahertz.
Great.
So mega transfers.
So this, did you say 8?
8 plus 8, yeah.
Wow. So you're running a benchmark that starts, so it's different configurations, that it starts at 16 cores, then it goes to 8 cores, 4 cores.
Yep.
There's a 2 cores, or just go from 4 to 1?
Yeah, 2
and 1.
Yeah.
So you just run through all of them. And you also have the memory overclock at 8,000 megatransfers per second.
Yep.
That is pretty sweet. And the idea for today is hopefully build a couple of world records, right?
Yep.
That's
That's
sweet.
the plan, yeah.
That's sweet. That sounds pretty awesome. All right, Peter, let's go play with this tech cooler, with this liquid cooling. Tell us about a little bit of the setup that you have here, the configuration that you have going.
Right. So, well, I put it up in the BIOS, and I can quickly give you a rundown of the most important settings that I'm using.
Yeah,
right?
let's do that.
So the most important one is, actually, the second most important one is that we're running our G.Skill memory at DDR5 8000. Right. Our friend at G.Skill really wanted to show
that is pretty impressive.
It's pretty important, but what's a little bit more important is what we will do with the CPU.
Yep.
So as you know, the KS CPU can run at stock 2 cores up to 6 gigahertz,
Yep.
and then all the cores at 5.6 gigahertz.
Yes.
But we're overclocking, so we want to make it run faster.
Correct.
And what we're doing with this configuration here, we're saying bi-core usage. So based on the amount of cores, the amount of P cores that are active, we're going to be running a different frequency. And I've configured it here that up to 2 active P cores, it will run at 6.7 gigahertz, so 700 megahertz higher.
Ahead. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so what about the other configuration for the other cores? So I see you have like, then it comes down. So when you hit 3, it's 6.5, and then 4, and so on. And then when you have all 8, it's still 100 megahertz higher.
Yeah.
There you go.
So all 8 will run at 6.1 gigahertz, so it's up from 5.6, so plus 500 megahertz, right?
This plus the memory running at
8,000.
At 8,000.
Yeah, exactly. And then a very important part of this type of a configuration, I want to quickly show you this as well, because this is pretty cool. It's called OCTVB, so it's called Overclocking Thermal Velocity Boost.
Yes.
And it allows you to change the ratio based on the operating temperature.
Oh.
So if you say, okay, my CPU can run 6.7 gigahertz at 15C, but not higher, you can do this with this tool. Like Intel engineers have developed this tool for us to be very dynamic with our CPU ratio.
So if you're like below at 15 or below, you say like run a 6.7.
Yeah.
And if you're above, what do you have the next setting set up to?
So in this configuration, let's say 1 core active will start at 6.7. When it's over 15C, it will downbin 3. So it goes down to 6.4.
Oh.
6.4 is a more reasonable frequency that we can run through benchmark.
I like reasonable. This is still pretty amazing.
6.7 is a nice, it's like the money shot, but you have to be getting it through the benchmarks as well. And then when it's above 50C, we downbin 1 more. So then we're like 6.3 G, right?
Nice.
And then we do the same with like 8 core active. So it starts at 61. 61X, so 6.1 gigahertz, up to 70 degrees Celsius. So some light workloads will pass it fine. Like in gaming workloads, for example, we'll run 6.1 gigahertz.
Oh, wow.
And over 70C, it will downbin 1. Over 80C, it will downbin 1 more. So a really heavy workload like Cinebench R23 will run 5.9 gigahertz. All
wow,
cores.
that's great. So all this is pretty much due to all the different settings, the processor, Intel Cryo 2.0 technology, EKG, and of course, all the experience that you have. This is pretty sweet. Yesterday, we were talking a little bit about, actually, you were teaching me a little bit about of how you have, because sometimes when you're on different benchmarks, you want to step down, do a kind of a slow step down on frequency for stability. Can you dig a little bit more on that?
So that's actually the configuration with the 8 active cores. So what would happen is, let's say you run at 6.1 gigahertz, and your CPU will go all the way to 100C, which is TJ max, right?
Right.
After, if it hits 100C, it will automatically downclock as well to make sure that you stay below the maximum operating temperature.
Right.
But it can happen that the CPU is not stable when it goes really quickly to that operating temperature. So what we do with this configuration is make sure that, after 70C, it already downbins 1. After 80C, it downbins one as well. So by the time it reaches 100C, it's about 5.9 gigahertz. If I would run, let's say, Prime 95, like a really, really heavy workload, it will not run 5.9 gigahertz because the temperature will be just too high. I think it will probably be around 5.6, 5.7 or something like that. But if I would not have this configuration and just have the 6.1 gigahertz, what would happen is I load the benchmark and it would be unstable because it can't do 6.1 gigahertz even loading the benchmark. So it gives you a lot of tools to sort of fine-tune your CPU configuration.
That's pretty awesome. So can we go, so for those who are like, wow, this is a great computer, you can give us what's the current configuration? What do you have in there?
So, of course, like I said, the 13900KS, we're using the Asus Z790 Apex motherboard. EK Quantum Delta 2 Tech, EK Water Loop as well, and then also G.Skill Trident Z5 DDR5 memory. I think the spec is DDR5 7800, but we're running at 8,000. You have to run at 8,000, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's also another ingredient in there that really caught my eye. I think the creator, but you might correct me if I'm wrong, is John from so he has Elmore Labs. And sorry for what's it called? Rolling?
Rick Rolling.
Sorry for Rick Rolling, everybody. But I don't know if you can see maybe a shot of there. They have a little screen of Rick going, never gonna let you down. You're welcome for that earwig in the rest of the show.
We'd have speakers.
I know. Yeah. This would be awesome. So it's great. I love the build. I think it's amazing, especially with the frequencies you're hitting from CPU to memory, and then using that different cooling. It's been great.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the 3900KS. These are frequencies that we've never seen before on desktop. So
yes,
and it's just running like a daily system, right? This is not a test bench like John is running. This is just a gaming system essentially at 6.7. So
you can run this at home. Yeah.
So this is your daily driver per se.
I would love it to be my daily driver. We're gonna have to call with the EK guys to see if I can.
If we can have it as like maybe we'll make it work. Yeah. No, that's good. So no, thank you. This has been very, very insightful. I love it that what you guys have done. I'm very, very impressed. Keep picking your brain throughout the whole show, and then we'll also come back to John to see what he's doing a little bit later on. Give us a rundown of from extreme overclocking. What does he have there? What is he doing? And what records he wants to break later on? Not want to break. He's going to be able to break.
Right.
So we'll go from there. I think
sounds good. Yeah.
I feel a little. You guys are so color coordinated. It's amazing. I mean, you guys got the whole white background. We got Chippy. I feel like I should have, come on with you guys too on that.
Stay and hang out here, man.
I know. I would love to stay hang out here, but there's also some other stuff going on over there that I really want to see going on. But with that in mind, I think we should be checking with our next desk over on the modding side. I think we're gonna go back to. I'm looking through. Oh well, no, not a little bit yet. So why? Oh, very soon we'll go back. So let's talk to John for a little bit more. So all right, John. What are you doing here? Let's start with the basics. So what is going on over here?
So basically we have all these options for how we can tune the different CPU cores.
Yeah, so before we go there, what is this for the people who are seeing this for the first time?
It's a PC system.
Yeah, it's a PC system.
Without the case.
Without the case. Motherboard. What motherboard are you using?
We got a C790 Apex from ROG.
Nice.
13900KS CPU. And an ARC A380
graphics
card.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive. So, yeah.
Yeah, some G.Skill 7800 megahertz memory. We're running it at 8,000.
1,000. Wow. I see a theme going on over here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. All right. So with that said, we got the parts done. We'll come back and check on what you're doing, trying to achieve here. With that said, we'll go over to Trisha, to the Blue Horse and PC Junkie Mutt's desk. So we're going to be heading over there saying how the guys doing and how the build is going on. So, hi guys.
Oh, hello there, everyone. We're checking back in over here at Lee, Ron, and Bruce. How is the build going so far?
It's going.
Yeah, we're
going. That doesn't sound
Good.
positive. It's going really well. We've just been hanging out, drinking Cokes and stuff. It's great.
I have to say, the few times I've peeked over here, it's like everyone's working, but at like a nice, leisurely, we got this pace. So I love the confidence. What step of the build are you at currently?
So we working on the side panel that we custom made here. We used quite a different pieces of material to create this. We have some polycarbonate, which is a side lit polycarbonate, some acrylic panels, and as well as some polystyrene. This whole panel is going to replace the front glass panel. If we can spin the case around here, I can show the camera exactly.
So is it going to be open?
Yeah, it's all going to be open.
Check this out, Trish. Watch what he did. Watch what he did. It's all magnets. It's all. I know. Magnets. How do they work? Look at that.
Very nice.
No screws. Nothing.
Very nice. That's gorgeous.
Yeah, so the
pop right off.
So the white part of the acrylic is what they called side glow acrylic. So if you hit it with a LED, the whole thing will glow. So the idea is kind of just have this whole illuminated panel here once we hit it with some LEDs.
Now, I did notice some LED strips as I was peeking. I was snooping a little bit, I'm not going to lie. I noticed some LED strips going on there, so I figured there might be something fun like that.
Oh, yeah. We got to have some lighting in there for some bling. So another added touch is the gold paint actually has 14 karat gold flake in it.
I'm sorry,
so,
what?
Yeah, so it's...
We're very fancy over here.
So it's this paint here, and it has I have it closed off here because it evaporates really quickly.
Okay.
But it has a 14 karat gold flake in it, so you're actually getting actual real
you can
bling.
see Ron's hands. He's gold plated.
Beautiful. Now, is that gold? Is that the airbrushing that Bruce is doing?
Yeah. So we're going to have some airbrushing back there. We have a panel that goes inside the PC that's going to go and cover all these back I/O ports here and cover that back panel that he's going to do some airbrushing on.
Just watch.
No pressure, Bruce.
Look at that. I just love that.
Beautiful. It's very cool. It's very cool that it's all magnets. That certainly makes sense.
So since you're over here, why don't we bust out the CPU and put that?
I think that would be, if you guys are ready to do the CPU, let's bust
ready.
it out. That's what we're here for today. Oh, Bruce is doing the unboxing.
I will be unboxing the 13900K. That's right. I think there's only a couple of these around at all. There's only one of three, I want to say. So
do you want me to hold the microphone for you? So
sure,
you have two hands.
Now I need
available.
Where did your knife go?
I need a little knife because it is actually sealed here.
Oh, do we have a box cutter? This is my favorite joke whenever I do live PC builds, that I will not handle knives or scissors because there will be blood on stream.
Oh my!
Box cutters only, so there's no accidents.
Let's do this here.
Also, there are some times that parts of the motherboard can be sharp.
Yeah.
Sacrifice to the PC building gods. It happens sometimes.
There we go. There's the knife.
Beautiful.
A little bit of blood never hurt nobody.
Yeah, you survived. I'm proud.
There we go. I also love the
wafer.
The wafer, the wafer packaging. Very fun.
Very nice.
Well, hold on. I didn't get the Intel brand. There we go.
You want to get that.
There we go. I got to get that.
That's important.
All right.
Do it. Let's see.
So handling CPUs is really scary because you can really screw them up.
Oh yeah.
So I'm not going to do that.
Knock on this wood desk.
Twist?
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
Beautiful.
There it is. There. All right.
Now, are you going to place the CPU in the socket, or are you going to hand that off?
Place the CPU in the socket. That is correct.
Let's do it.
Here, go ahead and grab the board. I'll just take the box out of there. That way you can have it closer to the table. Oh, there's your knife. Found it.
There it was. Okay. I don't know if you guys can... It's going to be tough to see because it's kind of in the center there, but that's obviously the CPU socket there.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll go ahead and pop this here.
Mm-hmm.
That bad boy, and then do that. So that's the spot where the CPU goes, obviously. Oh, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Ground myself again.
Yes,
just to
clean
make
hands,
sure.
grounded. Good.
Okay, let me.
Little marking.
I would probably go from the sides. Yeah, there you go.
Find my markings.
I'm pretty
Hold
sure
on.
that's right.
Is this right? This looks right, right?
It looks right.
I can't see from here, but I trust you.
I'm so scared. I lined up the gold triangle.
Yeah.
That looks good.
Right, looks like it fits
yeah, gold
me.
triangle right there. Looks
Okay,
good.
so what we're gonna do?
You're just gonna.
Lee
push
taught
that-
me a little trick. So there's a removal thing that covers the socket. So if you just push this down,
Does it just come off on its own?
it should just come off on its own.
And then there you go.
And we'll just do this. It should just pop on its own.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of force. Yeah, just
I'm forcing it.
there you go.
There
You got
you
it
go.
in.
And we got that.
Perfect.
And then,
Very nice.
there you go. The CPU's in.
Beautiful.
There it is. And it's going to work forever.
I mean, that's the idea, at least for a while.
It's going to
huh?
work for as long as it should.
What do you think, Lee and Ron? How'd he do?
He's great, man. That's Intel's first
Good for what?
6
it's been at least
gigahertz
5,
chip.
6 years.
Well, yeah, but it's been a while since I've actually put a CPU into a socket before. And that sounds gross.
It doesn't sound gross.
That
It
sounds. Does that?
Here, you're in the community where that does not sound gross.
Okay, good. All right.
It makes total sense here at the Intel Creator Challenge.
So there it is. Yeah. Then and this baby will be up and running in an hour or two. So
hopefully, yeah.
So we were waiting for this to put the CPU in so we could put the board in, and then we could put the
Perfect.
block on it and all that stuff. But since it's out, we'll go ahead and put the water block on, and
Okay.
we'll be moving on. Hopefully, we'll get some water cooling going soon.
I was just going to ask, your preferred build method, how much do you put on the motherboard before you place it all in the case?
Honestly, CPU block.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
CPU block, and I don't usually put RAM in because the last thing I want to do is accidentally, like, I'm pulling a tube out and hit the RAM.
Yeah.
There goes that slot.
Yeah.
That's so interesting because I always feel like, especially if I'm doing liquid cooling, that I can't get the RAM in after it's all in.
Oh,
So I want to do the RAM first. So this is why I love getting to see other people's build methods
Right.
and mod methods because
So-
I feel like there's always something new to learn. Like you just learned how to remove that cover.
there you go.
Yeah, that is a good point though, because if your tubes are like right above the RAM, then yeah,
Right.
you'd want to put that RAM in there.
Yeah. So totally depends.
Yeah, it does.
And I'm also a big fan of as long as it posts and gets by your stress tests and benchmarks, it counts. Whatever your build method was, as long as you get to
Absolutely,
the
yeah.
end goal,
Yeah.
you have
That's
done
what
it correct,
matters.
in my opinion. But I know not everyone feels that way, so I always like to hear what everybody else's build method is. Awesome. Well, thank you guys for showing me this. So what you said, what's next for you? Putting on the CPU block?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, we have a little special surprise for the CPU block as well.
Oh, we do?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
don't even know this surprise.
We'll show that a little bit later on.
Okay.
Do we want to show it now?
Surprise later or surprise now?
You already got the camera here. We can
Yeah,
do it now.
let's do it now.
Oh, we're doing it now. What's the what's the special surprise? I don't even know. I'm part of the team and I don't know.
So where did that wafer chip go for the CPU, or that the CPU came in?
Oh, right here.
So the wafer chip that the
Okay.
CPU comes in has a certain pattern to it. So we made a CPU block cover
Love it.
that goes over the CPU block to match that wafer.
Oh, you got a wafer block.
We got a wafer block.
Show it to the camera. Beautiful.
So
Love
that's
it.
going to look absolutely beautiful on the board with the black accents. It's going to really
white and
with the
gold
white,
aesthetic.
gold, and black. Yeah, it's going to look gorgeous.
I'm in love. All right, well, I will leave you guys to it. Good luck with the rest of the build, and we'll check back in just a little bit.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me,
Take this.
let me steal this back. Yeah, steal this back. Gonna go all the
You don't
way
wanna
back
look at our
around
house. Yep,
here.
absolutely.
Our house
Over to check in with
disaster.
Cup of Noodle and Liquid House. Hi,
How's it
guys.
going?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to say you guys have maybe been the coolest, most casual desk that I've seen so far. Just hanging out.
Yes, having a good time.
sodas,
Yeah, absolutely.
Chatting with each other. How's it going so far? Here, I'm going to hand this to you. Cuppa, how do you feel it's going so far?
First of all, I've learned a lot. And I was telling John, I was like, when I first saw everything set up, I was looking around like, well, I don't see the case. And I was like, oh, my team different. And I didn't know, how it was going to be different. But then once, they started breaking, I was like, oh, and just the look of it, it's dope. I was telling Ellie and John, I was like, kind of looks like an 80s boombox, like from here. And you have like I've never seen anything quite like this, and I get to watch it from scratch. So this is dope.
You are definitely learning to build on hard mode. Yeah, for sure. 100%. But it looks awesome. I don't know, honestly, that I'd want to balance that on my shoulder. It looks like it's very, very difficult.
It would swish you.
Elliot, John, tell us what's going on here.
So this is our custom chassis. It's just basically missing the motherboard and graphics card, but everything else is connected. We've got 2 360 Monster radiators. We've got dual D5 pumps in the rear. And we've actually had the opportunity to be able to use some of our own design products with this chassis. So, for instance, the pump mounts are our own design. Cool. And so we use 2 of those for dual D5 setup. And then we actually have the center of the loop is actually designed around this product that we have designed.
Okay.
And it's basically just to give more complexity to a water cooling loop. It's just a frame-based system, so everything is fully adjustable on these rails. You can mount it on the side of the motherboard, on top of the motherboard, on the bottom. You can fully slide this around just from there, and then you can extend outward from the standoffs on the board. And it gives you a dedicated location for ports, so you can just have a more complex loop. And shortly here, once we get the board all set up, you can see how you can kind of design a loop around that, and it gives a whole new slew of complexity to a loop that you wouldn't normally have.
Yeah.
And it's just basically to make stuff cool. We want to make stuff so that people can use it and make cool stuff.
Yeah.
Just anything that they like, like we make it as open and intuitive and universal as possible.
Yeah, we're always looking for solutions to make it easier.
Yeah.
Well, and I've seen a lot of people, especially with the size of the 40 series cards now, start to do the horizontal motherboard mount.
Yeah.
So that you can take a little bit of strain off that.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yes.
So I love that that's the direction you guys are going. Do you think while I'm here, we could maybe unbox that CPU?
Ooh.
We'd love to. Let's do it.
I'm glad that you're here for that.
Let's do
I'm glad that I'm here for
I
that
am too. Yeah, this is good.
Super excited about this. Brand new unboxed. Let's cut this open. Okay.
It's almost like you knew this was the next step that we needed to do.
It is. It's almost like I was like, let's check in right about the time they might be.
We were doing it.
Yeah.
So let's have you open this up, and you're going to be
I'll
doing
hold the microphone
install.
for you, so you have 2 hands free. It is a twist open.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll let you know.
The stakes feel so high.
I know the pressure's real now.
It is.
We did a trial run. We did a few trial runs.
Oh my gosh, I can barely open drinks. I'm that person. I always need an adult. So if I'm looking at you, John, it's like because I always need an adult.
This is literally me, though. Yeah, I get it.
You open it because I have to be able to.
That's okay.
I can't palm a basketball, so I know I can't open this. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
So we've got the plastic clamshell.
Ooh.
So we'll pull out of that.
It's the microphone. It's just like right here. All right. High stakes.
Oh yeah, the pressure's on. Everyone is watching you.
When you say it like that,
no
like
big deal.
Airplane,
No
where
big
you got
deal.
all the sweat going. You got like 5 hands moving all the sweat away.
No, I'm ready.
Okay, you remember what we talked about?
Yes.
Okay, what can I hear what the give me the,
absolutely.
the
So-
recap of what we talked about.
So we've got 2 little nodules on the top of the processor, right?
Mhm.
I'm having her focus on that.
Great.
So when she's coming in, she's going to eyeball that.
Yep.
And coming at like a 45-degree angle. And then once she's locked in on those little nodules, her alignment's right. And so it's just a matter of coming straight down at that angle.
Yep.
And then once you're
But
down,
just like that.
pop it.
Beautiful.
Let gravity do its
That was
thing.
the best one you've done thus far.
That was perfect.
John made it very simple. I appreciate you. No, it
Awesome.
was very easy because this was a first, but you explained it.
Yeah, it's not so
like,
bad.
No, I'm like that, but you were here. You
Killing
saw
it.
this. Yeah.
Killing
I'm
it,
glad I was
exactly.
here for this.
I'm
Yeah,
so glad that you were
absolutely,
here
right?
for this.
This was awesome, guys. Well, I will leave you to your build.
Thank
Continue
you.
on in excellence, and I'll check back in a little
you
bit.
so much.
We'll see you. Have fun.
Thank you, guys. All right, moving over here. How is it going, friends? How do you feel like the build's going so far? Walk us through where you are now and what's coming next.
So we've got 2 rads in, as you can see. So that's 8 fans at the moment. Another rad at the top will be another 4 fans. So
You know,
that's
no
4,
big
8,
deal.
12 fans. We've got the bottom chamber done. That's been tubed with frosted tubing, and then the top chamber will be chrome tubing. So we're going to have a bit of contrast between the two different areas in the case.
Love it, love it, love it. So unique. And now are we at the CPU phase now?
We are at the CPU.
We've been waiting
I
for
think
you.
we're ready.
Love it. You've been waiting for me. Listen to that. You guys are so speedy.
Yes.
You put it on pause just for me. I feel very honored.
I think we're going to let Bones do the 13900 KS.
Do you want me to hold the microphone for you?
Yeah.
Yep. All right, I'm going to sneak in here next to y'all.
I'm going to be really cool about it. I9.
Professional unboxer over here,
There we
folks.
go. Look at this. So flashy. It's all about the presentation, yeah? I thought you said it unscrewed.
It's
Maybe
a
it
twist.
doesn't.
Yeah, it's a twist.
It's not? I don't think it is. It's a little pop-off. That's something nuts.
It's a little twist.
Hold on. Is it one way? There we go. See, this is why I don't do this.
There it
Hey,
is.
it is.
Woo! She's a beaut, Norm. That looks good. Cool.
Look at that.
Now we can finally put it in there.
Yeah, and you're like, and now
Right.
someone else can please put it in there.
Someone else can do the hard
Yeah.
I'm still thinking of
stand
what
away.
RAD stands for. I just assumed it references the classic slangs of the 90s.
It's short for radiator. I probably should have clarified that.
No,
That's
RAD
okay.
is much cooler.
But you know what, Bones? I'm glad that you're asking questions like that on this stream because
Yeah.
there are people watching that are at all different levels of their PC
Yeah,
building journey,
that's
right?
true.
So it's important to be
guys,
hip to the
They
slang.
probably just heard me call
Moment
the
of
PC
truth.
rad like 4 times in a row. They're like, why is he calling it rad?
I mean,
You know,
it is a
he's
rad
right.
PC though.
That PC is rad.
Here we go.
Yeah. It's in.
Going in. Beautiful.
Got a random. There we go.
No pressure.
It's in.
Very nice. Woo. Very nice. So what's coming next for you guys?
So
you can-
the system's going to actually be cooled, or the CPU is going to actually be cooled with this bits power block.
Beautiful.
And then we have the rest of the bits power fittings that will go in once we get the motherboard installed.
Cool.
Then we have
Probably
the highlight of the build.
Our showpiece
Yeah.
of the build, as you guys know, it has to be themed around 6 for 6 gigahertz. We got this custom made by Radical Customs. He does these custom reservoirs. So this whole thing will hold the liquid for the build, and it'll also showcase it and pump it around the loop.
Yeah.
So that'll go through the tubing,
that up.
it'll go through the radiators, and that'll kind of light up, and we'll have that blue coolant running through there.
So then it has D5 pump on the back.
Nice.
Yeah.
You said you're using a blue coolant?
Blue coolant.
Very
It
blue coolant.
really pops with the chrome on the back of the distro.
Gorgeous. Oh, that's awesome. And who made that again?
Radical custom.
Radical
Very
Customs,
cool.
very nice.
Very nice. Well, I can't wait to see that in the build. Bones, I'm going to ask you, what
Yeah.
has been your input into everything so far? Are you emotional support? Are you the hype
Keeping these
person?
guys entertained best I can, keeping it light. We're all having fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
pretty great.
That's what it's all about. Yeah. Well, this is excellent. Thank
I'm
you guys
excited
so
it's
much.
blue as a Dodger fan. I like to
Showing
think it's
up.
Dodger blue. I'm on the Dodger blue team, so I'm
Yes.
Awesome.
It could be Dodger blue. It could be Intel blue.
Yeah.
You know, pick what works best for you.
Yeah.
At any given point, well, thank you guys so much for showing this to me, and best of luck with the build.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is awesome. I will take this back. And I think, all right, I think I'm just going to be a lurky lurker over here and come on over to the side and watch you guys and kind of hang out here with you for a little bit.
I'm going to see if I can get this.
We're putting in our RAM. How much RAM is in this build again?
Just 64 gig.
Okay, just 64 gigs.
Only.
Now, you say that because your builds are usually pretty extreme, yes?
Yeah, I would say 64 is, kind of pretty high end. So we'll do that.
So, will this run Portal? Dear Lord, I hope so. That's what Bone said. You probably couldn't hear him, but that was what Bone said. And now we're doing the thermal paste. And I see that you're like a P size in the center kind of guy, not an X, not a...
Little bit more for the CPU.
Okay.
I like to make sure it's 100% all over it. So
Yep.
once we squish this down, I think that's stuck in there.
Spatula or just kind of twist it around a little or just let it go where it goes?
I just put it straight down flat. There's
Okay.
a lot of tests out there. There's theories. There's so much research done on this, and most times it's all going to be within a few degrees difference. So it doesn't really matter that much.
I know some people swear by their thermal interface.
The larger CPUs, the much bigger ones like the Xeons and that, you can do like the X. Some do the dots.
Yeah.
It's like endless. You can just keep going. So
whatever pattern you want.
Exactly.
Well, I love that these two experts have said it doesn't really matter. You do you.
Hopefully that doesn't backfire on us.
Well, at least for right now, given your experience, that is the case.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, awesome. Well, again, thank you guys for just letting me have a little bit of insight. Continue with the build. We'll check in just a little bit, but for now, I'm going to toss things over to Alejandro.
Awesome.
Oh, there we are, and welcome everybody.
You need these.
Great to see you. You guys have met Bruce over here.
That's right. Hopefully they have met me, maybe in real life.
Maybe in real life. Yeah.
Maybe on stream. I don't know.
Yeah. So actually, I saw you were doing a great job over there. I saw you put the processor in there, so I thought it was pretty neat.
I'm doing a great job. Thank you very much, Alex. That's very nice of you to say. We don't know if I'm doing a great job yet because the computer hasn't booted.
Hey, I believe in you.
Okay.
I have a lot of faith in you.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, but once the computer boots, then we'll be like, Bruce did a great job.
So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So tell us, how long have you been working with Extra Life? And also, well, let's start with that one.
Yeah, Extra Life, man. Jeez, I have been working with Extra Life. We got to be going on 10 years.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, and I would do Extra Life stuff with Machinima and with Rooster Teeth. And now I'm just doing it for myself, obviously, because I've been streaming for myself for a while. So I've been hanging out with Extra Life for a really long time, and I feel like it makes the most sense as a charity. There'd be no reason to not
help them out. Yeah,
to not support children's hospitals.
Yeah, how can you not do that?
Yeah. And not to mention that they've always kind of been clued in to the gaming community. And that's something that I've always been a part of. So it works out perfect.
That's awesome. So you're a man of many hats.
Okay. Which hats? I wonder.
Exactly. So, let's talk about the hat of a streamer. How do you start it? How do you got involved? What was your...
So streaming was a thing. I started back in 2017. And it was completely the opposite of the content I used to make. I would produce television for G4. I was producing YouTube videos, and that was kind of like the short, edited down stuff.
Right.
Streaming is exactly the opposite. And it was not something that came natural to me right away. It took a long time to
develop
get to the spot where you could talk to chat,
Grab the back, 'cause I need to
play a game, and like just have a good time in general, and feel relaxed about it. Honestly, the more that I do it, the more I love it. I know it sounds ridiculous. I know it sounds cliche, but it's totally true. I'm so excited to play all the new games that are coming out this year.
I think we should be right.
On stream with chat.
Which one is the one you're most excited about?
Now it's going to be so hard to...
Give me two.
Impossible.
I know. Give me a couple. Give me your top 5.
So I would be remiss if I did not mention Tears of the Kingdom.
No, nice.
Breath of the Wild 2. Because that was the first game I ever streamed.
That was the first one?
So I'm really excited about Tears of the Kingdom. But then, selfishly for me, I'm excited for Starfield. Because Starfield's going to be unlimited content. The game's going to be so buggy and broken and awesome. That's the best part of Bethesda games. So I can't wait to
the only
play
thing
Starfield
I want to try and do, Tim,
hundreds of hours. It's going to be great.
Awesome. So you said you play a lot of games. I was doing some research on you to get to know you, and there was something that jumped out at me. It was pretty interesting, and it has to do with one of your many hats that weren't. You were in a musical. And tell me if I'm wrong. For Assassin's Creed.
Assassin's Creed,
yeah.
So this was I don't know that I was in a musical. I shot for one day on this.
Okay.
I'm glad that you. How did you even find this? I feel like it was gone from the internet.
No. You have an IMDb profile, actually.
I do?
Yes, you do.
I didn't know that. I really, truly did not know that. That's not something I even maintain. No, they said, if you want to know the story behind the Assassin's Creed musical, a very talented friend of mine named Joel Rubin wrote, I believe, all of the songs, and got his friend to help write the music. And then they were like, okay, you're going to be in it, and you're going to dance. And I was like,
what?
I have never done choreographed dancing ever. And they're like, yeah, don't worry, it'll be funny. And I was like, will it? And I think it was funny. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thing that I feel like no one's ever seen. So good job, Alex.
Thank you. No, I thought it was pretty impressive because I was like, oh, Bruce Green, I heard about it, and like, oh, let me have a little bit of background to be ready for the interview.
Sure.
And I was like, that is amazing.
Yeah.
That and some voice acting a little bit, right?
Yeah. So I've done only a little bit of voice acting, but I really love to do it. Also, I was a DJ before I ever streamed or made content.
You're a jack of many trades.
So I did it. I DJ'd on a radio station in Santa Barbara called KJEE, and it was just like a modern rock, K-rock style. And I did that for years. I did it for 5 years before I ever came to Los Angeles to do stuff. And I loved it. So voice acting, for me, I feel like comes natural.
Yep.
And I've been in just a couple of games here and there, just some little guys.
Well, it's okay. Which game? I mean, not every day I get to meet a voice actor. So which game were you?
Just, again, super minor parts, but I was in the new Ghostbusters game.
Nice.
I'm like a few of the NPCs that are running around that are scared. And then I was also in Predator Hunting Grounds.
Oh, wow.
Same deal where I'm like the dude's getting ripped up by the Predator.
And are you doing the scream there?
Oh, absolutely. Doing the scream. They were like, okay, now scream like you're getting your skull ripped out of your body. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. Yeah, so I did that.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I wonder how you put that in your portfolio. It's like,
I'm good at screaming.
There we go.
I don't know. I'm not sure. It's been an amazing experience to do, and I would do this all day if I could. So.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Bruce, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you for having you here, man.
No,
I have so many things to ask you about, but and you need to finish building.
I got to get back to the build. Alex,
exactly.
I appreciate it, and you're doing a fantastic job over here with Trish. So
thank you.
Great job.
No,
keep it up.
You guys make it easy.
We'll see you over there when the computer boots.
Yes, I will definitely be there. I want to see you just press that button and see if we're going to lights up.
First time, that never happens. That never happens after building a PC.
You got a pretty good team.
Okay.
I got faith.
Okay.
You'll be doing great.
Right. Thanks, Alex.
No, thank you guys.
All right.
We'll see you there. All right, I think the next time is I'm going to go walking over to the overclocking to see how John and Peter are doing. I think I'm going to be talking a little bit to John where we left off on the liquid nitrogen overclocking. So let me do a little shift this way. And I'm going to be moving over here. Oh, actually, never mind. We're going to go to a little bit quick break. We'll be back with you guys in a second. And we'll be doing liquid nitrogen and going over, see if we can break some world records and give you some insights on that. So hopefully it'll be pretty cool. Just guys, hold on for a couple seconds and we'll be right back.
You know, when you're doing the same thing over and over and over, you can't sit around and wait for a spark. But you got to find things that are going to make you constantly inspired and have that passion. You also got to be responsible for your own creative vision, and you have to create that spark yourself. It's such a fun challenge to try to get that vision, what's in your head, onto the final projects. My name is Ron Lee Christensen, Blue Horse Studios. I'm a custom graphics shop here in Vancouver, Washington. Been working with the PC industry and gaming industry for the past 15 years. Excited to be a part of everything that happens within the industry. I got started in PC modding about 15 years ago. I was looking to upgrade my own personal PC because I needed something powerful enough to run like Photoshop and some of my graphics programs. At the time, I didn't really know anything about PCs, how they were built, and I didn't really know anything about what I was doing. And I think I fried my first PC while I was building it, so it kind of forced me to go out and learn. A little spark went off. I'm like, well, I can customize this PC. I can actually paint this. So we're gonna start working on these little inlays, but we wanna really give this a really cool metallic finish. So we're gonna use a little bit of this graphite powder here. And what that's gonna do is kind of give us like a metal surface look. And then once we're done with that, we're gonna take a little bit of gold paint and kind of just go over the top of that, just to give that embossed kind of relief look. So we got about 40 of these that we need to make, and once we're done, it's going to look exactly like this one. Being a painter and sculptor, I was looking for another way to express myself. I just got tired of working on a 2D surface and incorporating the love for PCs and now artwork and kind of putting those two together. I thought would be like a really cool idea and a fun venture for me to express myself. And then I'm like, what if I document this and just put it like on YouTube? Show all my mistakes and all my successes and just capture everything. And I started my first PC mod, which was a scratch build. And then slowly I started to get sponsorships. The first was MMPC Tech, and then Thermaltake, and Cooler Master, and then NVIDIA and Intel, of course. All right, here at the shop, we do work on a lot of projects that are on strict NDA, and we can't really reveal the full build to you guys until those NDAs are released. But I got a couple projects behind me that I've completed, and they're still in our shop that I'd love to share with you guys. First is our Alien build, all Aliens theme. I'm a huge Aliens fan, and if you guys don't know, this was on CPU Magazine cover, I believe, in 2016. And then the other one behind me here is the Half-Life Black Mesa. This one I won my first mod contest on at PDX LAN. All this sculpture and stuff is all handcrafted. These are two of my first builds that are still in the shop and that I'll probably never part with. When I started my first project, I never thought it would come all the way around to where it is now. And it's been such an exciting journey. So these files here, we just 3D printed them on our SLA printer. We got several of them here that we need to get painted up. Great thing about SLA printers is that they do print quite a bit quicker than the FDM printers, and the detail is a lot better as well. You don't really get those layer lines. All right, we're gonna start working on a little bit more on the base here. I got a lot of rocks and kind of cobblestone that I still need to create on this base. But I really like styrofoam because it has all this great little detail, and you just roll it right on top of the clay. And it gives you all those porous kind of indents that stone naturally has. And voila, we got a little stone path going. I love working with studios that allow you the creative freedom and trust you to just do what you do. They're hiring you for a reason and trust that your creative process. I love to be able to have that creative freedom. The Intel projects that we've been doing on a regular basis, the Fall Guys was a really fun project for Intel. And we teamed up with Tristan Eaton to create these awesome Marvel projects and a couple other ones that are going to be coming up as well. Like those relationships for me and projects like that is definitely why we do it. This is my wife Debbie. She helps me a lot here at the studio. She's my Pepper Potts. So anything that I need that's on a tight deadline, like a mock-up created, she helps me with. She does all the heavy lifting for the shop.
We met in Computex at Taipei, actually. I'm there for work, and he did an airbrush demo. Yep. And got picked up from the audience, try to do some airbrush. We switched contacts and start talking.
Traveled back and forth to Indonesia to see her for 4 years, and finally realized this is the one for me, and proposed to her in Thailand and got married in Indonesia.
And then now I'm here.
Yeah, 6 years later.
Just right before COVID.
Things that my wife and I love to do is just to get to the outdoors, take the dog to the park, and take it on a hiking trail. You're working in a busy schedule. It's really important to keep a healthy frame of mind, and my wife and I both love to travel. We love, exploring the world and seeing things. And as being an artist, one of my great inspirations that I get is from being in nature and traveling and experiencing different cultures and different ways of how people live and trying new foods and experiences. Constantly getting inspiration and passion from other things. These last 2 years with the restrictions of COVID, it's been really hard to actually travel or really do anything. So we haven't been able to go to any shows because the shows have been pretty much all canceled. But now that they're starting to come back, really getting excited to be able to take projects back to shows. The best part about the PC mods is not the projects themselves, it's the actual community. Working with the other guys and girls in the community, working with the vendors, hearing like their creative ideas for projects that they're thinking about. When I'm working with other creative people like that, just really get my juices going. And to be able to like take those projects that you've worked on for a few months or a few weeks or whatever, and sharing them with the community or sharing them at an event, you know, when you don't have those connections, you know, or that's half of half the fun of doing these projects. We put our heart and soul into the builds. There's no words to describe that feeling when you see somebody so happy about something that you created for them. I don't know, I get a little teary right now thinking about it, because that's why we do this, that's why I do it, is because I just love to see the happiness and joy in the people's eyes that we create these projects for. I'm just really, truly honored to be part of this whole process.
Hey guys, and welcome back. I am so excited about the overclocking and trying to see if we can beat some world records that I kind of forgot that I was going to answer a couple of questions that you guys have asked through our different chats, through Discord and also through the Twitch chat. So I got some questions here that I'd like for you guys to, well, you send me, I'll be answering to you. The first question that we have is, will there be overclocking headroom in the 13900 KS? I think the answer to, well, no, I think the answer to that is yes. As we have seen, Peter, he has been able to get 6.7 gigahertz. Of course, he has liquid cooling. So yes, there is headroom. How much headroom there is, depends. The answer to that is depends. And because it depends on the processor that you get. It depends on what type of cooling do you have. It depends on the airflow of your case. So there's a lot of things that will dictate how much you can get. And also, like we said, it's Silicon Lottery also has to play a couple of things in there depending on what you have. So yes, the short answer, yes, there is overclocked headroom there to crank it even more. It'll depend on what you currently have on your system configuration. All right, the next question that we have is, can it be overclocked to 10 gigahertz? I would love to say yes to that. I think that's awesome, but I think, so these guys that actually with us, John and Peter, they beat the world record. They hit 9 gigahertz. And that was a pretty good stretch. So even though I would like to say yes, I think we have reached the, please prove me wrong eventually, all the overclockers out there, but I think 10 gigahertz is a stretch. So I would love to see it, but currently from what I've seen, it's a little bit difficult. The next question that we have, what does K and the S stand in for KS? Is it arbitrary, or is there actually special meaning to it? So let's start with the easy part. The S on KS means special edition. K, it is the denomination we have given through all our processors that are unlocked that you can actually overclock. So so K is just a designator for the part saying it is unlocked, you can overclock it, and S means it's a special edition of an unlocked processor. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. The next question that we have is what is the frequency that it can reach with air cooling alone? Like I was mentioning earlier, it depends on what type of cooling, it depends what type of cooler do you have. You could have from an Evo 12 to a Noctua DH 14, 15, please double check me on that. And it will definitely vary on what you can hit. But as we have currently out of the box, you will be able to hit 6 gigahertz. Now, the duration that you'll be able to stay, the turbo duration, it will depend on your whole configuration. Yes, you should be able to see 6 gigahertz, but depending on your heatsink and the rest of the configuration of your system, it will dictate how long you will stay on turbo residency. Let's see, what else do we have here? We have, how does the motherboard power supply and other components affect the overclocking potential? Yes, definitely. So let's start with the motherboard. So the motherboard, it has to be a motherboard that is specifically for overclocking, right? Because it has to have all the different power deliveries, all the different buttons and knobs that are needed to be able to allow you to overclock. Because you have to provide a little bit more power, not a little bit, you have to provide more power, more current, a bunch of different things in order to be able to overclock. Also the chipset. So the chipset that it allows you to overclock for us is the Z790. And then you pair that with a K, with a KS, and that will allow you to to do the overclocking. So for the motherboards, we can actually later we'll talk with JJ. We'll talk about the detail on different features that it has, because there's a lot of different features that it comes to allow for overclocking. The latest one that I saw that I thought was pretty cool on a video that we did with the Asus team and John and Peter. The kind of cool that I saw is they had this button that allows you to set like different frequencies to like, okay, we're going to start slow first, like let's say 800 megahertz, and then when we need to go hit those world records, we press the button and it will crank up to the frequency that you want to hit. So yeah, go look on our Intel YouTube Tech channel. It's where we have the world record video, and in there they show it. It's pretty neat. I'll probably ask Peter and John more about it when we go back to the overclocking desk. All right, power supplies. You definitely want a beefy power supply in order to supply all the power and current that is needed for overclocking. And other components that affect the overclocking potential, processor. And processor, like we said, processor, heat sinks, all in one, depending on what you wanted to do. So everything, it's a whole platform thing that you need to keep in mind when you come to overclocking, one. And two, you got to also keep in mind, what do you want to overclock? Like, what do you want to do with it? Is it, do you just want it for like, hey, I can hit 7 gigahertz and have bragging rights? Or like, okay, I just want it to be to 6.2, so for certain tasks, right? And then when it's at idle, I want to go down to 4.8, 5 gigahertz, depending on what you want. So kind of keep in mind what you really want to do with it. I mean, bragging rights is awesome. It's pretty cool. But, you know, if it's your daily driver, keep in mind what you want to configure it to. Let's see. Is achieved megahertz the only metric for measuring an overclock? No. There are different, yes, I mean, no, there are different benchmarks that we're going to be running with John, different benchmarks that give you a score when it comes to overclocking. So you will run different benchmarks, and depending on the score, the higher the score, the better. So it's not only about frequency. Yes, frequency is kind of that big shiny object, the North Star to chase. But there's also plenty of other different types of benchmarks that you run to try to beat that score. So one of them that we're going to be looking at is 3D Mark from FutureMark. Peter was talking about also Prime 95. So there's several ones of different scores that we're trying to beat. And for all of these, there's actually world records that we're trying to see where we can get with the KS. Let me see. There's one last one, and all right. So the last one is about the Discord stream. Is if it's being exclusively being recorded, so people who miss it can watch it again. So actually, yes, this whole stream is being recorded. It's going to be saved on our Twitch channel, so twitch.tv/Intel. If you're seeing me, you're probably there. But if you're watching me through Discord, then that's the place where you can find it. And yes, it is going to be recorded. So that's what we have, and we have one more question. Will any BIOS updates be necessary to get the most out of the KS on the 790 boards? As a rule of thumb, I will always recommend for you guys to have the latest BIOS, because it has different updates, different things. They're always tweaking it. So yes, I would definitely recommend have the latest BIOS, especially if you have like, if you have a K or if you have a previous generation, if you have a 12th gen processor, because this guy is backwards compatible. So I highly recommend if you have a Z690 motherboard or if you have a 12th gen processor, all that, yeah, definitely update your BIOS in order to do with the KS. So I think those were all the questions that we have for today. These are amazing questions. Thank you. This is pretty awesome. Please keep bringing them in. And remember, after the Twitch stream, we have the Discord. Sit down and talk, so we can talk a little bit more about it. And right now, we're going to go and do some checks on how the builds are going. So I'm going to go back to my amazing co-host, Trisha, to see how you guys are doing over there.
All right, Alejandro, thank you so much. You're such a wealth of information. I don't know if you can hear me. Alejandro, thank you. You're a wealth of information. Thank you guys for asking all of your questions. I do want to remind you at this time during the Intel Creator Challenge that there is a BTS bit of content you could be watching over on the Discord. So make sure to hit up Discord if you want to see the behind the scenes stream going on at exactly the same time. And I want to do a quick recap before we check in with all of our modders today. I want to do a quick recap of the judging criteria, since y'all have a say in the judging criteria as well. So out of a maximum of 5 points, you can get 5 points for creativity today, 5 points for demonstration of hardware excellence, 4 points for materials and methods used, and 1 point for does it boot. There are, of course, 5 points dedicated to that Intel Insiders BTS Discord stream I was talking about before, so make sure that your opinion counts because you are a part of this as well. This is a celebration event. Speaking of celebration, I want to celebrate coming over here, checking in with you guys, because this looks so beautiful. You had spun around just a little bit before. I got to see that wafer in action. It looks gorgeous. Tell me how we're doing on the build now and what step you're at.
So we got the motherboard, obviously, the CPU installed. We Lee's working on the hardware lines. We installed our custom wafer chip that covers the CPU block. Yeah, that's made out of a mirrored acrylic that we cut out and etched on our laser cutter. And right now we're working on the side panel. So there's actually 2 CPUs that are going to be installed in this PC. And Bruce installed one, and we're going to let you install the next one.
Yes! All right? I'm super into it. So tell me, for people who don't know, the benefit of 2 CPUs in a PC. I've never built a PC with 2 CPUs.
So obviously this is going to be a functional one, and this one is just going to be for aesthetics.
There we go.
We have our panel here that we custom made. We used quite a few different bits of material here. We used a polycarbonate, a polystyrene, a piece of acrylic, glass. We etched the glass. We cut all these panels here out of the acrylic, painted everything with that 14 karat gold flake paint. And now we're going to install the CPU into this CPU socket to finish off.
The aesthetic CPU.
The aesthetic CPU. Since Bruce did the first one, I'm going to let you do the second one.
Perfect. I'm honored. Thank you. This is such a work of art.
Yeah, we're just...
Don't touch the pins, Trisha.
Yeah, and this one doesn't need thermal paste either. So we're just going to remove this mask.
Get a nice little peel going on.
Finish peeling
off. That is the live streamer's special moment of this.
And so we have our aesthetic CPU here that we custom made as well. And I'll let you just pop that right in the middle of the
magnet?
No, it has a little bit of adhesive
it has a
there.
little sticky.
Yeah, just try to center that and just get it right in there.
I hope that's centered. We shall see. Oh, nope, it's crooked. It's crooked. Oh, there we go. Luckily, it moves a little bit. Yay.
Yeah, you lined up the arrows, too.
Yeah. Well, there is a little cheat in that it beautifully says Intel Core i9 on it. So as long as you get that going the right direction.
Let's show that to the camera.
You should be doing all right. That's beautiful.
So the backside of this has a piece of diffusing film. We're going to have the RGB strip here behind the panel, so this whole panel will illuminate. I think the overhead lights can kind of catch that, how it's going to glow, but all this etching will pop and glow, and as well as these ones here. This acrylic here is actually side illuminated acrylic, so when you put an LED behind it, it just really glows. So I'm trying to go for that aesthetic of the CPU circuitry kind of glowing. So
are you thinking like a colored glow or just a plain like warm or cool light glow?
Yeah, it's a cool white glow.
Nice.
Yeah, just to match the kind of the whole white and gold and black theme.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And, just as I was coming up here, I saw you guys sliding in the PSU.
Yeah.
So we're getting there. It's coming along.
Yeah, so Lee's going to finish up the lines here in the next few minutes, and then we can probably fill it and leak test it here pretty shortly. We still need to mount the top radiator in, the top 360, and then do some cable management, obviously, and then we'll be on to posting the PC here pretty soon.
I cannot believe it already. You guys you're so ready to go. The cooling loops you were bending just a little earlier, they look great.
Yeah. If we have time here, we're going to show, Lee's going to do a demonstration how to bend liquid to do some custom lines here for liquid cooling.
Beautiful.
So, I think Bruce is going to try it out too as well.
Bruce, you're going to do it?
Never done it before, and it's going to be perfect the first time.
Of course it is.
I can feel it, yeah.
Of course. I haven't done hard tubing myself either, so that's exciting. It's very cool. Well, I look forward to that moment. Bruce, how active have you been in the build, other than placing the CPU?
I'm just the helper. They just tell me what to do. Yeah, I'm supportive. They just tell me what to do, and I do it. Like earlier, we rinsed out some of the things in the sink here, and then I had to blow into them.
Okay, very nice.
Just to make sure they were clean. Let's see, what else did I do? I screwed some things in.
Great.
Great. Yeah, that was fun. I think I'm doing a pretty good job.
Well, you know what? Not losing screws is an important part of the journey.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. I so far have not done that, so that's good.
Not knock on all the wood.
Yeah.
That's the moment when I am building and I'm like, oh, look, this is awesome. I haven't lost any screws yet. Exactly when something falls
into the carpet or something. And you're
underneath, well, worse yet, into your PC, underneath the GPU or something.
Into
You're
the power
like,
supply. Yeah, you're never getting that.
oh, no, that's not a thing that happens, really? Has that happened to you?
Oh, yeah, I'm just going to shake it.
Oh, tell me stories.
It's never good.
No.
If you get lucky and it's right on top and turn the power supply back over and falls out.
That would be great.
Yeah.
If not, you might as well get a new power supply because if
Oh.
you turn that one on, it's.
Yeah.
No bueno.
It's over.
Yeah, no bueno.
No.
Yeah, this is looking absolutely gorgeous, seeing it all coming together.
Yeah, it's.
I want to see. You should turn it around a little bit so we can see.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
just a couple of the hoses there. We're starting to get them.
Yeah,
that one's still not plugged in.
Yeah, we'll get it there though.
Yeah.
But it's coming along.
The panel going here, right?
Yeah.
I haven't blocked that yet, so.
Yeah, so we have a custom panel that matches this one here that's going to go in and fill in that back part right there. Just
Love it.
Yeah, to bring it all together.
Love it. Awesome. Well, thank you guys for giving me a look at your progress so far. I cannot wait to see where this ends up. I know you said you're almost ready to see if
Get
it
in
posts,
there.
so we'll see. We'll see when we check back. Thank you. All right. Moving along. All right, coming over here to check with Liquid House and Cup and Noodle. How's it going? I'll give you this, dear.
So far, still good.
Yeah?
A lot of progress has been made.
Go for that one and then tighten that one.
I mean, it looks like a lot of progress has been
Yeah.
made. Wow, you guys are cranking along.
We are cranking, literally cranking.
Literally cranking this tube right now. Now, I'm so fascinated with all the custom parts to this build. This is really, really, truly unique. And you said a lot of these custom parts are your own.
Yeah, and that's just because over time we've done so many builds that it's these products are formulated just to like help the person with their creativity or help them just build in general, because like throughout the years you just kind of find like you nitpick a few things like that process could be cleaned up a little bit, or I wish they had a part that would do this instead. And throughout the years, it's like, we've been doing this long enough. Why don't we just make our own stuff, for this type of scenario? Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what we did. So anytime there's a situation where it's like, you know what? We've run into this so many times. At this point, now it's a problem that we got to solve for ourselves, and then we can provide that solution to other people in the future. And that's kind of like our thought process for a lot of the parts for these builds.
That's so generous and lovely and wonderful. I mean, think about it. How many content creators do we know that are like, man, this aspect of streaming could be made so much easier. But then not only to be able to find a solution, but then offer the solution to the masses is really cool.
John sold me because he was telling me, like, when we first started talking, he cares about the economic, factor that comes with these PCs, with even just, shipping them or... if you're doing your LAN thing and you got to actually move it from point A to point B. I like Liquid House. They work smarter, not harder. I appreciate that, And also that not everything has to be like you have to, break the super bank or be like, Scrooge McDuck to have a quality PC that gets the job done. That's pretty dope.
It is pretty dope. All right, so what's the last thing y'all just put together? I know you were working on.
So Ellie just installed this Chrome Hardline right here, which will go from this 360 radiator to our bulkhead system, which will then break it down into the inlet of the CPU block. And then we'll have a run going from the CPU block to the 4080, and then from the 4080 down to the Intel SSD, and then back out, and then into this radiator, and then back into the loop.
All liquid cooled. I love it so much. All right, guys, we'll continue with this beautiful process. We'll check back in a little bit.
Thank you.
Have
Thank
fun.
you so much. Yeah.
Yes. All right, and of course,
Yeah.
coming over here. How's it going, Bones?
Unreal.
I mean, it's
6 in.
the 6 is in.
6 is in, yeah.
Awesome. All right, PC Works, give me a rundown. What are we doing?
Right now we're just finishing up some of the tubing. So we plumbed up the CPU to the GPU because it's gonna be like a parallel run.
Yeah.
Then we'll do the parallels from the GPU down to the pass-through panel, which will lead into our bottom rad. So that's what we're working on right now.
I love the
then we
tuning
can
down
fill
by
it.
the bottom. That's so cool.
Yeah. it looks really, really good when the blue is in there and
Yeah.
you have the satin tubing. Like it looks really, really good.
I love it. I mean, I can kind of see now. You guys, this is lights from our studio that are blue. I'm like, you don't have any blue lights in there yet,
No,
or
it
is
looks
that
like
reflection?
It's probably
is blue?
looking like it's on, or there's something.
Yeah, it does.
up.
It kind of does right now,
It just
at least
gives
from
you-
where I'm standing.
That idea that
Yeah.
something going on, but not yet. So
Cool. So, what a part of this build are you most excited to showcase when it's done?
all of it. I just think the fans look really well when they're lit up. Like, it's good that we managed to get all the lighting exactly the same.
Got it.
So when you're doing custom builds and you have lighting in your blocks, you have lighting in your fans. RGB is everywhere these days, and being able to get all the blues and even in the memory as well, to get it all look the same at the end, it just looks really good.
Yeah.
Now, are you controlling to get the RGB to all look the same? Are you doing that from a software perspective, or how are you working that?
So doing RGB sometimes can be a bit of a pain. We're doing it through some software so we can control the fan separately to the motherboard lighting, the block separately, because if you all plug it into the one source, you'll have like one blue might be off.
Okay.
So you need to alter the blue on the fans to match the blue on, say, the memory,
Sure.
and then match the blue on the block. So there's quite a little bit of, I wouldn't say science, but a little bit of trickery around it, because if you just set everything to blue off like the one, say, RGB header or the one bit of software, none of it will probably look the same.
That's true. I feel like our RGB control has come such a long way over the
Yes,
years,
yes.
but we're still not quite to the point.
Well, everyone just
where
uses the way
it's super easy.
they diffuse the lighting. Like memory has the white diffusers on it.
Right.
Fans have different way to diffuse it. And also your blocks, the acrylic is more clear, so that's less diffused. So it's all going to shoot the light off in different ways, and you have to try and work with that and alter it to make it all look the same.
And that's where the true art comes into it. So thank you, gentlemen. Bones, what has been your involvement in the build up till now?
Just jumping in there when they need me, an extra hand. That's where I've been helping out. I'm very excited. There's a secret little screen on the.
Oh, we haven't mentioned that yet.
But I'm not going to tell you where it is, but.
Oh, is that secrets we're reserving for later?
Cool.
Oh, no, we weren't. We just hadn't really, we actually forgot about it. It's so small. It's so small.
Very hard to see.
No one
but
might
it's-
even see it, but.
It's right here in the middle. There's a really tiny screen, so we're going to probably display like the CPU temp.
CPU
or-
temperature or the speed.
Or the speed.
A lot of my builds I always add a screen somewhere. It can be a sneaky screen. It can be through like just a cable grommet hole that doesn't have a cable through. And then when you turn the system on, like some numbers or some temperature or some stats show up and someone's like, wow, does that like, how'd you get that there?
Yeah.
So it's really cool just to have those little features.
Bones is actually going to cut some tubes for us also, so.
Perfect.
Yes, we've got these two here, which are a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Metal tubing. So he's going to cut it for us.
Well, you have your work quite cut out for you. For everyone who's watching the stream right now, keep in mind that we have a sweepstakes going on right now, where if you've been eyeing up this gorgeous build or any of the other gorgeous builds we have going on, you think, you know what, that might really look nice in my house for me to use, please go ahead and donate to Extra Life right now. You'll find the registration link in chat, as well as on screen, I believe. So this is the time to make that happen. And speaking of the time to make things happen, I know Alejandro is sitting down with JJ from ASUS right now to answer all your burning questions.
Awesome.
Alejandro, take it away.
Prior generation-based platform, you know.
Hey guys, doing today? We got us a little off guard, but today we have JJ. We were just having a nice conversation about different platforms and different architectures that is going on while we're waiting for Trisha to help us out, actually going over PCWorks and Desk. But today we have JJ from ASUS. Hey JJ, how's it going?
Man, fantastic to be here. It's really exciting. Of course, awesome to be able to see what these modders are doing in terms of just, I think, overall the design aesthetic, the layouts, right? I think it's always one of the most kind of gratifying things from a hardware manufacturer is just to be able to see how they approach, doing things in their kind of respective wheelhouse in terms of the creativity, and then aligning that, of course, with the awesomeness of the latest generation 1300KS. It's a really exciting time, and it's actually one of the reasons why I'm excited to actually be here, to be able to actually talk a little bit about what we've done. So, we're of course really a leading partner with with Intel, and I think one of the exciting parts that we look at, of course, with Z790 now, with the new KS series part, right, is how do we continue to really offer, I think, an exciting experience for those enthusiasts that are out there.
Yeah.
And you guys did a lot of the architectural work to be able to do some really cool things like, tweak kind of the power bands, increase the power limits, of course, even further increase, of course, those out-of-box clocks. But, from our perspective, 6 gigahertz was already possible on the 3900K.
Yeah, it was probably if you went and did a little overclocking, it was there. You
if you want to take advantage of, our ASUS ARC technology. And so now I'm even more excited. It's like, hey, now we've got a part that's even a little bit more bend, a little bit more tweaked, right? And have an opportunity to take that further. And for those of you who maybe kind of now checking us out and kind of might not be familiar, what am I talking about? A really cool thing that I think really allows ASUS to be kind of differentiated amongst other boards that are out there is we've worked for now years to have this really cool technology that's built onto the board. And it's a combination of not just hardware, but also firmware.
This is the one you were telling me, we were touching on it before we went on live about the E-cores and I'll let you go into it.
It's a combination of both. So with the kind of traditional ASUS AIC, some of you might kind of hear like, oh, automated overclocking and think, to be frank, oh, it sucks, right? It can't be really that good or can't be that effective. It's better off for me to spend, hours, jumping into a Reddit, subthread, right? Or jumping into YouTube comments or watching some stuff and figuring out how to manually tune. And really our kind of thought process was, how can we really actually take so much of the experience that we have from our R&D team and our professional in-house overclockers, and the experience that we have is really being the #1 world record holders for so many years on so many platforms, and distilling that down. And the cool thing is that essentially when you pop in, let's say your 13900K or your 13700K or your new KS, and you pop it into an ASUS ARC enabled board, one, we're going to analyze the silicon quality.
Right.
Two, we're actually also going to assess your CPU cooler's performance. So this is quite kind of interesting and unique. So
not only the processor, but also the cooling, regardless of the cooler.
And critically, the cooling, because as you know, right, the cooler is going to dictate what you can ramp towards, right? Especially with things, like thermal velocity boost, right, which it takes to account, temperature and power limits. You really actually are going to be kind of limited by how good the cooling performance can be. And if you use like a traditional, just let's say preset, let's say a preset dialed in a frequency at X voltage, the disadvantage you're going to have with that is that the performance actually could actually be subpar, because what happens if that was tuned for a much higher performing cooler than what you have?
Okay.
Right? And so with our technology, whether you've got something like an ROG Strix LC2 240mm arrow, or like our latest Ryu 3, or what we've got over here, one of the systems we'll see later, right, with the TEC unit from EK, those all have different levels of thermal headroom. And so the cool thing is with the ASUS ARC tech, it's tracking your temperature in real time.
So is this limited to a certain type of models of motherboards that you have?
Yeah,
or
we do have select models. Not every single model will feature ASUS ARC. All, of course, being Z790, all have full ability to manually be controlled, because, of course, you guys allow that from an unlocked nature. And, of course, you could use XTU, you could use our UEFI BIOS. But for our models that have it, which would include all ROG series motherboards, including, of course, what we're going to be seeing later with the Apex board, this is just a turnkey option. You can enable either within the UEFI or within the OS. You turn this on. You run, let's say, your game for an hour. Once we have that essentially temperature threshold, we're going to go ahead and apply 3 things that are really cool. One, a per-core based OC. So that means that we help to maximize any kind of frequency headroom, right? We're also going to overclock the E-cores. We're also going to, like I said, account for the temperature. And then from a voltage perspective, we also use an adaptive voltage. So no static voltages. If any of you are kind of wondering what's the difference between a static or an adaptive voltage, static just means that the voltage would be pretty much stuck like this. And the disadvantage of that is that when you're not doing a lot on your computer, so the computer's going idle, right? If you keep it static, the voltage is going to stay here. So you're going to get higher power consumption, more heat, and increased degradation.
And you really don't need it because you're not running
You're not
anything.
doing anything.
Yeah, exactly.
But with an adaptive voltage, it's pretty much what it sounds like. It's adaptive. It's based on the load, and it'll go up. But the really cool part also now for Z790 is that we took it even further, not just offering you this ASUS ARC tech. And keep in mind, you can still go in and tweak this to a really cool, what we call optimism slider, if you want to make it a little bit more conservative or a little bit more aggressive, or even target in specific temperatures where you can set in actually a temperature target. But we also have actually what we call our dynamic cache, essentially switcher technology. And this is what I was talking about, which is really cool. So with 12th gen, there was a lot of interesting discussion. How can you even take those really, really performant P-cores and then make them stronger, right?
Right.
And there was some discussion, well, how did you do it? You disabled the E-cores, right?
Yeah. Depending on the workload, right?
Yeah, depending on the workload. The disadvantage of that, though, is that you lost those E-cores, and those E-cores are really fantastic at giving you great experience for general desktop productivity, Windows, browser usage, and applications that can take advantage of those threads, right? Even though you might have been able to bump up a couple of bins, the P-core frequency. So for this generation, essentially, we have the ability that you can go in and you can dial in essentially this current load. And based on the current load, which would generally respond to either something like lightly threaded, like a game, versus, let's say, maybe like multi-threaded editing, right, like in Premiere or something along those lines, we can essentially kind of have those E-cores and kind of the cache and the ring bus kind of go dormant or get overclocked, right, and kind of bump up. And so the advantage of that is that we can essentially even further enhance performance further. So
by turning off the E-cores.
Yeah, going to the E-cores and also making adjustments to the ring bus. So if you kind of take this all together, right, we're going to, one, be able to take advantage of the great overclocking capability of a KS part and the K series in general. IMC, of course, is amazing for Raptor Lake, right, where, of course, you can achieve, right, with a good IMC, you know, 7600, 7800, even 8000 MT, which we're showing over here with these G-Skill kits, right, which is pretty insane on the Apex board. Ideally on a 2DIMM enabled board, which would be your target for something like that. And then you add in stuff like that switching technology feature, and you can really see just like, we're just not even going with 10, which is you guys are already kind of hitting at 10 on performance, but even kind of going to level 11, right? Just, you know, going even to the next marker. So that I think is a really cool, you know, level of kind of performance feature. But I think for me also, I always love the fact that you guys really do an amazing job on the platform. A lot of times people focus just on the CPU, but you know, on the board side, it's really cool to see so many of the boards have, you know.
So these guys are working with the Hero, so and these guys are working with the Apex.
With the Apex.
Well, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
So for you,
which one would I pick?
Yeah.
That's a tough one. So those of you actually watching right now, wondering about whether or not the Apex will come back in stock, I got good news for you. We'll actually have more inventory coming in March. It was originally limited edition and it sold out, but by popular demand, we're going to be bringing it back. I love the Hero just because it's got a really beautiful design idea. I love kind of the shroud that it has in terms of the board. Really kind of clean design aesthetic. I really love the Polymo lighting display on there, and plus it's also got Thunderbolt 4 natively on board, right? USB 4. But the Apex, for years, we'd wanted to reintroduce a white PCB-based board.
Yeah, and it's really nice.
And it's a beautiful board. And then also because I'm a performance guy, I love that that's a 2DIMM board, right? So the topology on there is really optimized to really take advantage of the IMC for 13th gen parts. So you can really go in, and if you want to be able to drop in something, like I said, like a 7600, 7800, even an 8000 MT kit, you have a high probability of being able to reach that, right? There's always, of course, silicon variants, but you know, in terms of your success rate, it's even going to be superior to that. Where like on probably a 4DIMM board, you're generally looking up to around like 74 to about 76.
Yeah, that
in terms of the threshold.
Yeah,
you get a couple more bumps. Out of the Apex. Plus with that distinctive ID design, for me, and just you know, I also really love the Voltition. It's a really cool, like almost oscilloscope type feature, which allows you to actually monitor the voltage waveform via a little cool add-in module. So I think I would probably take the Apex if I had to pick. But it's a tough call. They're both fantastic boards.
Like you said, the aesthetics of the white is really nice because I saw like, oh, this is pretty cool. And I can see a theme from the guys over here who are doing the overclocking. They're like the white jacket, the white case, the white motherboard. It goes just right with the LN2 smoke. I was like, those guys really thought about everything over there. So
yeah, and from our end too, you know, speaking even kind of the white theme, you know, I think are hitting it out of the park. You know, we have really the most comprehensive ecosystem in terms of the components. So our latest 8th gen Asetek Ryu 3 cooler, it's the only 8th gen cooler on the market, comes in white and in black.
Oh, nice.
It's got a really cool enlarged kind of cold
white
plate.
build. Yeah.
Yep. You can put that with our brand new, you know, latest generation ROG Strix white graphics cards. We got a beautiful Helios or GT502 in white power supply, white tough gaming fans. So if you want to go classic kind of clean monochrome build, right, and you want to go black, we got you covered. But if you want to go white, you can also go that route. So both sides of the fence, I think, are fantastic in terms of the design and look and feel. And, you know, also, too, you know, I mean, while we're talking about KS here, too, I don't think, you know, we should forget about B760, right? You know,
yeah, it just came out.
It just launched, right, at CES time frame. You know, and I know for some of you that are just looking for an awesome high-performance gaming system, I think, you know, B760, you put that together with something like a 1304, right?
Yeah, I think that will be like the right spot for that.
you know, amazing performance, right? You're not going to generally, it's going to be right up there with, you know, a very high performance, you know, K-series part, right? We also even allow for enhanced power limits. You can go DDR4 if you want to save a little bit money, or you can go DDR5.
So you can have that.
You still got both options right there, right? So then it just comes down to, you know, whether you want to jump into some higher end platforms to get a little bit more, right?
Awesome.
Overall, some really cool stuff.
That's pretty cool, man. I appreciate it. So I think that we're gonna go. We're gonna actually go walk to the overclocking desk and see what these guys are up to. See if we can actually get some records or see what John's up to. So let's come over.
Yeah, so I think, like you were talking about, actually, the cool part is we've got 2 different systems on display here.
Yes. Let's see if let's come over this side.
On one side, right, we've got Elmore. He's rocking the Apex, which is actually under LN2, right?
Yep.
We got it under LN2. So how's the clocks going right now?
Yeah, pretty good. I think we have a chance to get at least one record.
Oh, one record? You want to go one world record? You had a chance.
I got a good feeling about this.
You had already breaked it.
We've seen promising numbers. Yeah.
What are promising numbers? So run us through the so from the beginning. What are you doing? What is the current record? And
right. So I think the one where we have the biggest chance of beating is the 8-thread score, which is currently 12,097 points.
Okay, so the 12-thread score for 3D Mark benchmark. All right, so it's currently 12,097.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see if we can actually beat that world record right now.
I guess we'll find out.
All right, it's running right now.
So this is always a little bit of the nature of the beast, right? When we talk about, you know, benching and overclocking, there's always this uncertainty that's in the air, right?
No guarantees.
You never know what's going to be going on, right? There's always that little bit of kind of consideration on the quality of your CPU, how the temps are going, whether you're able to get to that full pod experience, right? Just there's always, I would say it's equal parts luck, equal parts skill, and then there's always just a little bit of the X factor too that can kind of get thrown in there, right? Where just everything kind of
makes it exciting, you know.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have any guarantees. You know, are you gonna make it? Are you not? So when you actually make it, there's quite an adrenaline kick.
Yeah. I mean, because of course you're kind of in uncharted waters, right? You don't know what's going to be going on. So in terms of clock frequency, if you guys are not able to see, I don't know if we're outputting any of this, but right now it looks like we're somewhere around 7.8 gigahertz. So quite a big of a jump up in terms of the comparative out of the box clock speed at 6 gigahertz. In terms of that, and then memory looks like we're running also overclock configuration 6200 MT, so that's of course higher than the default 5600 MT that you would see for Raptor Lake. Now on this side of the fence, I think we've also got kind of like a cool setup, right? Because like here we're going definitely the extreme kind of segment, right? Where this is helping to kind of show what the limits of the platform can kind of reach. And on this side,
I think we're almost ready with the benchmark.
Let's see.
Last one.
Let's see. And it's good. We haven't no crashes yet.
Last one. Yeah.
16.
Yeah.
Counts down. Yeah.
16, 8, 4, 2, 1. So we're aiming for the 8 thread, and we were also running through.
You have to run the full run to have a valid score. So. Yeah.
So.
In the past.
The perfect run.
I think we had that.
I think one time we had something like that.
Not on Alder Lake. I think it was.
On the 12900, we got it, I think.
Really? Okay. Yeah.
Last time around sessions in the past.
Oh, yeah. These guys.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look.
Let's see.
Is it over 12.0?
Drum roll and see what we got for the score.
There, 12.4.
All right.
There you go.
Yes.
So the previous one was 12,097.
Very good.
Now it's 12,488. There you go. So that is a new world record for the 8-thread.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
We'll
keep man.
Yeah.
So you're gonna keep on.
We'll keep working on it. We'll see if we can
you gotta get
go for the 4-thread, 2-thread, 1-thread.
Nice. So now this is gonna go automatically uploaded to the website, to the Feature Mark website.
Yeah.
Once
we have to move it over now and upload it.
And so now it's saved. That is pretty impressive. Congratulations.
We'll be at the top of the leaderboards.
Yes. That was a good job, man.
Where the KS belongs, right?
Yeah, exactly. At the top.
Definitely, sure. Along with the Apex, right? Nice to be able to say that you're at the apex with the Apex, right?
With the A380.
Yeah.
A380. There you go.
Exactly. So I think going now after being able to, of course, have something that cool, right? We're still going to keep it cool because actually temp-wise, it's actually got a pretty cool cooling solution in here. I want you to go ahead and let us a little know here because I think the kind of perspective we wanted to have is kind of maybe extreme, and then maybe kind of somewhat more realistic extreme, right? Still definitely on the higher end of the segment, right? Moving beyond, what you would traditionally have like a 360 millimeter AIO and custom water cooling. But would you let us know what we got going on?
So this is a fully built gaming system. I want to emphasize that because normally people think, oh, sub-ambient cooling, it's only in a test bench. No, this is a system that you can
inside of a chassis, normal setup, right? Kind of designed to be able to run as your daily driver, right?
Absolutely. You turn it on and you can just do whatever you want with it, right? So what I did in the BIOS was set the 1-core and 2-core P-core, so when one or two cores are active, to 6.7 gigahertz.
And taking advantage of that per-core overclocking.
Yeah, exactly. So you can see here, like it pops up to like 6.7 gigahertz once in a while.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
And the CPU temperature currently is 5 degrees Celsius, so we're taking advantage of this.
Of the tech.
Yeah, the cryo cooling technology, yeah. And then also, I tried to get the memory up to DDR5 8000, and you can see that it's running 4,000 megahertz here.
Yeah, DDR, so
that's awesome.
Great, so that's,
and the really cool thing, too, is just to be able to see that simultaneous effort, right? Just in terms of just the impressiveness of the architecture to be able to drive such a high level on the IMC side, but then still be able to drive a pretty aggressive CPU frequency at the same time. Because sometimes, right, it's a balancing act, right? Sometimes you got CPUs that are stronger just for the CPU side on the IMC, and you're going to lose out on frequency. But here, to be able to actually run both, right, that's awesome. Of course, helps from the fact that we're running, of course, an Apex board, right? Only two DIMMs, right? But awesome to be able to see 8,000. I mean, I didn't think we would see that so early on.
I'm running 8,000. He's running 8,000. Everybody's running equal, right?
This is amazing. And I can't wait to see what else we have in store. But right now, we're going to go back to Trisha. She's going to be interviewing Cup of Noodle. It's going to be pretty awesome. See what we can learn more about her. Guys, thank you very much. And Trisha, how you doing? Take it over to you.
Hello, everybody. I am sitting here today with the one and only Cup of Noodle. Thank you for joining us for the Intel Creator Challenge today.
Thank you.
How are you finding it so far?
I'm having fun. I'm like, thank you for having me. I've never seen so much of the process. So I'm looking over at Bones and I'm looking over at Bruce and I'm like I'm seeing everyone's builds like come to life. This is cool, y'all. Like, it doesn't do it justice. Like I'm watching it like on film, like to see it in person. It hits different.
Well, and I mean, a lot of the content that you make, so I follow your content, not to like fangirl here on you, but I follow your content, and a lot of the content you make, I would say, is much more gaming focused than tech focused.
Yes.
So tell everybody a little bit about your content if they're unfamiliar with your channel.
Yes, I'm Cup of Noodle. Hello.
Hello.
I'm very much a variety creator, but I predominantly play like horror games, thriller games, a lot of indie games. If you name it, we probably played it. And so, I'm not really on the tech side, but being that I do play a lot of indie games, I do rely heavily, on my PC and not dropping frames and things of that. Like, it matters, waiting on a patch for a game. New release games used to be scary to me back in the day because if you're waiting on a patch, it's like, is it going to run?
Yep.
Things that kept me up at night, so being able to see the process and how, I don't want to say the sausage is made, you know what I mean? Like seeing how, what goes down, this has been really cool.
It is. To me, it's one of my great loves is to help people get into understanding PC gaming tech and PC building, because I feel like it's very empowering for people to be able to do their own fixes when you need to get in and fix, to do your own upgrades. And it's really not as intimidating as it looks. Now, I'm laughing kind of as I'm saying that to you because the builds today are pretty intimidating. They definitely are. You're playing on extreme difficulty today.
Well, they told me that early. They were like, they had asked me are you familiar? And so I was very honest about this. I was like, I've changed my RAM before, put in a graphic card, and to me that was a big deal.
It is a big deal.
Let's go. And they were like, yeah. That's cute. So what you're doing today is going to be hardcore mode. And I was like, okay, that's fair. But no, honestly, Liquid House has been really cool. Ellie and John, I've learned a lot in watching. I'm understanding why things are the way that they are a little more, especially with we're talking overclocking and stuff now. For me, that's foreign. So it's like, no, this is why this is connected this way and things like that. And they're adding water. The distilled water, I wasn't ready for that. I was like, wait, okay, I'm with you. And so, you know, they're breaking that down. They've been really cool.
Now, if you're interested, there is some like easier access overclocking that I'd be happy to introduce you to. But there's some controlled stuff that's pretty easy that I feel very confident you'd be able to handle, like enabling XMP. We could get you set up.
See, I know nothing, but at the very least, I'd be willing to try because it's really cool. Like even just like watching, like I was watching Bruce, I'm watching Bones, I'm watching their processes because I'm nosy, y'all. I'm watching everything.
That's what we're here for.
I want to see, you know. So it's just like seeing the intricacies of everything and just watching them set it up. It's very cool.
It is. It's super neat. So do you foresee a point in your content creation future that maybe you would start to lean into some tech stuff?
I'm not going to say no.
Okay.
You know, I'm always down to learn something new. And being that, you know, with content, you never know where it's going to take you. And like you said, there's something about knowing what you're doing. It's empowering, right? You're not panicking at the disco or anything. You're not afraid to, you know, touch things. I would like to know. And the more I'm watching this, it's like, I want to know why, you know, the things are the way they are. It's very dope.
And not that you want to put your hands in your system while you're live streaming, but how many times are you live streaming that something goes wrong and you need to, you know, troubleshoot on the fly while you're live? The more you understand what's going on in your PC, the easier that troubleshooting process is going to be. What's your go-to response when that happens on stream?
Honestly, okay, well, I have graduated away from the shake it till you make it, you know, you shake it. You know, once you start hitting things, it's like it's either going to work or, you know. For me, usually I'm not gonna lie. I will look something up very quickly.
Great.
Even though it's either I have my husband who can help me or I'm looking it up. It's like because I don't want to touch something and break it. So my theory is I'm just let me ask the pros before I start touching stuff because I'm just gonna start. And before you know, I took everything out, right?
Now you got John and Ellie on speed dial, so you can just just hit them up when you have issues. But I mean, there are a lot of content creators and streamers who panic in that situation. So it's nice to see that you're like, no, I got this. I'll just do a little lookup.
If I can have an idea, then we're just gonna figure it out. I'm a regular MacGyver, you know. It's a paper clip and a rubber band. We'll figure it out, you know.
Perfect. Yes, I still maintain that Twitch should have a technical difficulties like category for people to switch into in those moments. And I hope that at least that would result in kind-hearted folks like the folks watching this stream being like, oh man, I got you, like coming in to offer solutions and help out.
There are times where chat comes in clutch and now it's tough because you gotta you know filter through who's really trying to help me and who's laughing at my sorrow. But there have been times when Chat's all knowing. I'm convinced if you don't know something, just ask chat. Someone knows.
It's true. Somebody knows. Thank you, chat, for being awesome in those.
Thank you.
You are absolutely awesome. Cup of Noodle, I know you stream very often. I know you do a lot of charity work. And you're here today thanks to Extra Life. What is your feeling on kind of gaming coming together for good in general?
Shout out to Extra Life, of course. It's something that we never thought we'd get to see, but it's like just yet another way to bring people together. Like when you tell me charity, you know, Extra Life, it's like, of course, like I would love to be there. I would love to help and give to, you know, Children's Hospital. And it's like it's honestly everyone coming together for a greater good. But what brings us together is like a common, you know, gaming, you know, and it's like, and right now we have, you know, it's very cool to see Intel and everyone coming together to watch, you know, the overclocking and to see the PCs get built. But like while in the midst of doing this and, you know, unveiling the new CPU, you're also doing something good for charity. And I think that's dope, y'all, that we're all able to come together to do something like this.
Yeah, so thank you to everybody who's watching. Thank you to everyone who's donating. I think I had heard before the stream even went live, there was $12,000 raised before we even started today. So
that is insane.
Yeah, the generosity from the tech and gaming community in general is fantastic. And so that's why we're so grateful to have people like yourself here today, people like Bruce and Bones and all our wonderful modders, and of course our overclocking team, and JJ's here from Asus, and everybody's here, you know, to help do something for good. And not only is this out of the kindness and generosity of everyone watching, but you get a little something back. Don't forget, we've got a sweepstakes going on right now. So when you register for Extra Life, and also especially if you're donating, you will get chances to win one of the 3 custom modded PCs that are being built today as a part of Intel's Creator Challenge. So keep that in mind. And I know Alejandro and I were joking around about it, joking joking around a little bit earlier, but these PCs are coming together so wonderfully that even if you donated and said, oh man, the Liquid House Cup and Noodle PC is looking real nice. That's what I donated for my chances to win first. What if you change your mind at any point in time and say, oh, you know what though? I really also need that beautiful gold and white. You can just keep donating, and we are all very, very grateful for it. So thank you all for donating. Thank you for checking out all these beautiful modded PCs. Thank you, Cup and Noodle, for chatting with me. And let's go check in with Alejandro right now.
Welcome back. Today right here we are with PC Works, working on their system. It seemed like they have a lot of stuff done. I haven't been here in a while on the desk, so I'm like just shocked because it went from, hey, this is a small case, to like, bam, almost done. It's like one of those Martha Stewart's cooking shows. Oh, we're gonna put this over here, and we already have this one.
We actually had another one in the case.
Oh, that was
yeah. We just brought that out.
It's like, and we are done. Put it over here and all that stuff. All right, since I've been away for a while, can we go again through the list of components that you guys here? We kind of want to run down just to refresh my memory of what we have here.
So we have the ASUS Z790 Hero motherboard. The CPU is the 13900KS. The GPU is the ASUS Strix 4080. Sorry.
That's
and
okay.
then
a lot of parts.
RAM, we have the XPG 64 gigs, the new ROG certified 6400 mega transfers, and then everything's cooled by Bits Power. So
nice. That's pretty cool. And obviously, well, not obviously, but that the reservoir is a custom-made reservoir, right?
Yes.
Custom res from Radical Customs. He did that for us.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So he smashed that out, and it was done and sent within a week. So if you need anything custom, anything fancy, anything you want done with a build, he can hook you up.
It's going to be there?
Yeah.
What do you think, James? What's been your impression?
I actually had to step away. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh, he hasn't been here. He was here.
It's wild. It reminds me of one of those old school. Remember those toys you had that had the sand in it, and
just like flip it over. Yeah,
that's what that reminds me of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right now, you guys can correct me, but you're going through the pump, trying to get.
So for people, sorry to cut you off. For people wondering, we've just got the pump powered.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually brought a little SFX PSU with me.
Oh.
So just so we don't have to power the whole system.
The whole thing.
Although I
I
did air leak test it with basically what companies do. They rig up a bicycle pump, slap their logo on it, and they can sell an air tester. So you can feed this into the loop, crank enough air into it, and if it holds, it's good. But then I also like to make sure that I just power the pump. So if a tube pops off now, nothing is live.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we have no motherboard live, no GPU
So
live.
that's a great
So
tip.
we can just run this for as long as we want.
That is awesome. That's a great tip for those people who are just getting started with custom liquid cooling and everything, all that. That way,
because
is there a specific connection or anything that you have to do with?
A lot of PCs sometimes now give you that little. It's a little bridge jumper that goes on. I don't recommend people.
The bridge
I don't
jumper
recommend too many people doing the paperclip way, but I know some companies give you the little connector that just goes on.
Yeah. So what's going on here is there pretty much, you're shorting two pins
PS on and the ground,
the ground to power on the pump to do that.
Yeah, and you can basically use this as like an on and off.
Yeah,
switch.
on and off switch to that. Yeah, they have a small power supply here behind that is doing that. And that is pretty impressive. That's a master trick right there. So I think it's pretty neat. And how big are these radiators? So they are, they're
about 54 millimeters thick. Not as large as thick as the Team Liquid House over there, but they're 480, so they're a step up in the size category, and we got the three of them.
Yeah, so we're doing
12 fans.
480 here, and then we have a 480 here, and then we have a 480.
I didn't see the one.
About the limit you can do for this case. 3 480s is about the limit without any modifications.
You can't complain about not hitting, hot temperatures and that. The other thing I really like about this one was in the front, you also etched out, how do you guys do that, the 6 gigahertz on the front?
Yeah, so I actually went and designed the whole front myself, and it's funny because we were going back and forth and how we wanted the 6 to actually look. Once we got everything narrowed down, my CNC won't actually cut metal.
Right.
So this is actually water jetted. So they actually
water
put it in, and then they shoot the water out.
Amazing.
Yeah. The pressure on that is
shoot water into something. And
Don't put your finger in there.
Yeah.
Cut through it.
Yeah. So
this is turning out amazing. So you guys are not that far off, right? You're almost.
Yeah, we just need to turn it on. Lighting should all be good. Our little screen should come on, and it should show the CPU temperature. Hopefully it's not 99 degrees, and we got the thermal paste on right, and the blocks mounted right. We should be good.
Well, James, do the honors to hit that power button.
Yep.
Yes.
Gladly.
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
you.
I'm going to go walk. I'm going to take your precious, and I'm going to go over to the first desk over here, to desk A. Check on the guys here of PC Junkie Modes and Blue Horse Studios, and my friend Bruce. Look, I got your present.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Hey, guys, how you doing?
Hey, pretty good.
Woo!
Rushing to the end right now.
It's so. I mean,
this is the first time this whole machine's been put together, so want to make sure that we get it all put together correctly and by the deadline too.
Yeah, you're gonna know. It's not a one or the other. It's
okay, all right, good.
But the good thing is, well, the challenge that these guys, like we talked before, the challenge that these guys had was they were in a long-distance relationship.
That's right, yeah.
Well, by that I mean, if you guys weren't here, just tuning in, Ron lives in Portland, and Lee lives here in Lodi in California. So, yeah, they were sending pictures back and forth with measurements and everything else in there. And let me tell you, it's coming along great. And, you know, that's a hard challenge to overcome. As you can see, they're coming in along. They have this great front panel, or side panel, I should say, in the front now. And now what they're doing is trying to mount the front panel. And like they said before, this is something that never has been done before. And they have the reservoir up
the reservoir on the front. Yeah. And they had to actually specially machine the parts that are on the front. So the stuff you see on the front is not the case.
It's just they had to build it from on.
Yeah, it's
wow.
It's really, really nice. It's one of those things that, like, when it comes together, it's going to be so simple and clean, just like Kingdom Hearts.
I've seen a lot of people playing that one. No, there's a new one that it just Valley, Disney Valley.
Kingdom Hearts 3. I mean, I can't keep track of all the. There's lots of long numbers on the end of Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, that is pretty good. So these guys are currently working over here, but since I haven't been here in a while, I want to ask you guys, Ron, if you can tell me the parts that you guys are using, so we can go over them for the people who are just joining us in.
Oh yes, so we have the Asus Maximus Z7090 Hero motherboard, and of course Intel's new 13th gen KS chip, the 6 gigahertz. We have 32 gigs of the Trident memory by J.Skill, all the liquid cooling provided by EK. 512 gigabyte M.2.
Oh, nice.
And
silent.
Yeah, and then of course the 4080 Strix provided by Asus as well. We have a 1,000-watt power supply provided by Asus. Special thanks to them for supplying all the parts for this build. And then custom cables by Mainframe Customs.
Nice. Yeah, just my sweater and the cables were not planned. It's just a coincidence, just to let you guys know.
They match perfectly.
I know. It's like, there you go.
Dude, that looks good.
Yeah, that was a smooth fit right there.
Snap right on, yeah.
I know, making progress. You guys are looking great. So now they got that up and running, and now they're going to start. What will be the next step for you guys?
So Lee's just tightening up the lines, getting all the lines tightened up, and so then we can go ahead and start leak testing it, put our coolant in, tidy up the cables in the back. I think we got about 45 minutes to do some cable management and
no pressure.
Get some leak. Yeah, we're going to be right up to the minute on this one, I think.
You should keep track of all the different zip ties, zip tie body count for a friend of mine. He likes to keep count of the zip tie.
How many
body
you
count.
use?
Yeah, how many
build?
do you use? Yeah. And there's a minimum of like 30.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, whenever I go to the hardware store, I just make a habit of just picking up a pack. Every time I go, just because I'm always like, I'm always like a 4 or 5 short. And I'm like, dang, so now it's just a habit of just getting several packs.
And there's never a pack of 4. All right, guys.
Well, there is like in the power supply. They give you 4 in the power supply.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started on that.
Put it around. Show the.
Oh yeah, sorry. So
the good
what
work.
are the 4 useless zip ties that they get?
Yeah.
So we did a vertical mount on the GPU, and so that's going to look really great when we put the blue liquid coolant in.
Okay.
Have all the lights shining up on it. But yeah, we're finishing up the final lines on this, and then we're going to mix up some coolant and do our first leak tests.
Awesome.
We
Looks
got-
good, guys.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Of course.
Thank you, guys. We'll be back. See you in a bit. And I'm making my way to Liquid House. Liquid House.
Yeah.
Hi, ladies.
Hi, surprise.
How's
it going, man?
Good. Long time no see.
Yeah, long time no see.
I know, where have you been?
I don't know. In the back.
In the back.
Yeah, in the croissant diet. I love it. It's
yeah.
really good. Don't try it.
Good one.
The croissant diet. Yeah, that's the diet I've been on too.
I have a side note. I love almond croissants.
Oh, me too.
And they have them in the back, and I was like, excuse me. Anyway, sorry. I had that hurt. So where you guys at? How you guys doing?
Yeah, so we're actually all
Yeah.
done with the build. It's currently just running a single pump right now. We'll plumb up we'll wire up the second one once we put the blue in, but we wanted to put some blue in while you were here.
Oh,
You kind of
nice.
see this loop transform into a blue loop.
Oh, that would be pretty cool.
I will need a little bit of help only
Yeah.
because we're at the limit for
Water.
If we push any more, I'm going to have to tilt it to
Okay.
get it done. Otherwise, it's going to leak. So
Okay.
what we'll do is we'll pour some blue in there, a little bit of water,
Mm-hmm.
and then pour it, let it drip all the way in, and then we'll undo it and put the cap on, and then
Okay.
we should be good to go. So,
Cool. Let's do it.
yeah, all right.
What has been your impression so far? How do you feel?
My mind is blown.
It's like, what is
Because
this?
there is no casing, right? So when I was telling him, like when I first pulled up, I was like, this is different. I don't know where this is going.
Where's the case?
I knew enough to know something was. I was like, hold up, we missing things. But it was like, no. And I didn't. They didn't show me a picture. They were just like, trust the process, and you're going to get to see at the end. And
There we go.
again, like I was telling Trisha, it
Think we
doesn't.
should do a little bit more?
It's not doing it justice. Like seeing it from
Let it,
here,
let
like
it
the
cycle.
white, like it pops, and then you have like your blue, so it's like a navy-ish blue, and then
Yep.
a royalish blue, and now we're putting the dye in. It's dope. It looks like a jetpack now.
It does.
First I thought
I
it
was
was a
like,
boombox.
yeah,
Now
what
it's a jetpack.
What is it going to be next? I don't know. It's a transformer.
It's a transformer, right?
No, this is a great, man. It's like, it is, yeah, like you said, it is very different.
I was telling them, like, you have this PC in your house. You're not just putting it under your desk, right? Like, this is something that you want people to see. This is the main focal
Like the
point.
centerpiece.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I saw that earlier.
It's like,
yeah.
welcome to my living room. Don't mind the centerpiece.
How do you like that for blue? You want a little bit dark?
I think we should do a little bit darker.
You know-
Just a tiny bit darker.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind this as my centerpiece on my living room.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, this is my all-in-one entertainment system together.
It does. It will even play Netflix for you if you wanted it.
Yeah.
Netflix.com.
Yeah, exactly. So I've been gone for a little bit. What are the parts you guys are using? Just to refresh my memory.
Yeah, okay, so from the top, we have a Z790 Apex motherboard from ASUS. They're coming in with also an ROG Strix 4080 graphics card that is obviously water blocked. We've got the Intel Core i9 3900KS. G-Skill was able to sponsor some RAM, and they came in with their 7800 megahertz kit, which we're going to try for 8,000. We'll see if we can pull that off.
I think you could pull that.
Yeah, I mean, the KS has got a good IMC, so we should be okay.
Yeah.
We've got the ASUS Thor 1000 watt power supply in the back. We've got Optimus water blocks for the CPU and GPU block. We've got AlphaCo came in and sponsored the crazy monster radiators that you see here, along with the SSD block, which is below the GPU block right here. So this is cooling our Intel SSD right here.
Yeah.
And then,
So not only the CPU, the video card, but
and the SSD. Yeah, it's all water cooled. Yeah.
And it's not only a transformer, but it also named as a transformer because it says Optimus.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Yeah. And then we've got EK D5 inertia pumps, dual pumps on the backs of the radiators. And then we've got Bits Power reservoir system. And then we've got custom cables from Mainframe Customs.
Wow.
Put it all together nicely.
It should, yeah. All these PCs should go like in a museum and a display.
Oh, yeah.
I know, right? They're all gorgeous. And what I love so much is how different
Everyone has been
everyone's style, yeah.
Every single time.
I love it.
So cool.
Yeah, it's like I was talking with Trisha before. I was like, every time the guys is like something completely new, something completely different. You think you've seen it all, but they're like, you guys are always like, that was the bar. That's easy. Here, let me show you this. And you're like, holy smokes, how are you gonna do it next time?
Keyword easy.
Exactly.
We make it.
No, but it's good fun.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah,
Well,
we love doing this.
thank you guys. Appreciate it now.
No, thank
we'll
you
come back
so
a little bit
much.
later.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna steal the magic wand.
We'll miss
and
you.
I'm gonna
Bye.
thank you. I'm gonna come over here because I think we're gonna go back to the overclocking desk to see what these guys are doing. Whoa. Let me come over here. Over here, I'll move. I have a couple questions for John.
Yep.
Because he has a lot of cool toys. Let me set the mic over here. And okay, so you've been doing LN2 all day, you got a world record. You don't get that every day. That was pretty awesome, pretty impressive. Under pressure,
Thank you.
Yeah, smooth, cool, like a cucumber. All right, so there's a couple of things that I've seen that you have in your setup. So first of all, there's this little, I don't know if we can get it. This little black, this little thing.
This thing.
What is that jigamadoodle? What does
so
that do?
That is Elmore Labs Hot, which is the heater we're using to keep the motherboard cozy when we're cooling down the CPU.
So why you need it to keep it cozy?
We really the only benefit we kind of get is to cool down the CPU. And the motherboard is designed to work at ambient temperature, so we kind of want to keep it there to be able to run as long as possible and like not have any problems.
So you want the CPU to be as cold as possible, but you still want the motherboard to be at ambient temperature, and that becomes a little bit challenging just because you are pouring LN2 all over it, and of course it spreads, but that guy's whole job is to keep the motherboard at ambient temperature and keep the things running.
Yep.
So that's awesome.
Exactly.
So that's from Elmore Labs. That's pretty sweet.
Yep. Sure.
Yeah, there you go. Elmore Labs. There's another one that is also pretty cool.
Then we have a power meter, so it's showing
here.
the full system power consumption. In this case, including the heater.
Oh, so it's also including the heater, accounting for the heater.
Yeah. So you can, well, if we would have checked it a little bit earlier, we could have seen like during the 16-thread test, for example, we'd see it hit like 250, 300 watts. And now during the one thread, maybe it's more like, not even 100. Or like maybe down to 50 even. Because actually the CPU gets more efficient when we cool it down.
Oh, that's impressive. Okay, so we got those two. And for the people who are just joining us, what is all the different parts that you have for this bench that has been built? So motherboard, everything. Let's do a little bit of recount.
We have one more tool, of course, which is a thermometer.
Oh yeah, sorry,
I think we did.
Forgot.
Did we see that before?
No,
maybe on the Discord stream, I think.
Yeah. So this is the thermometer that actually currently shows the actual temperatures of the processor is at.
Yeah.
So I think
like
it's
the heat
saying
sink of the CPU.
Yeah, I think it's still saying 190, negative 192
Can you move a little
Celsius.
bit? Thanks.
I'll bring it back.
You want to keep this running?
Yes.
Right?
Just hold your arm.
Yeah.
Negative 191 Celsius.
Yeah. Then we have this is an open bench table.
Oh yeah, where's that
set
from?
up
That's
for?
Really nice.
It's specifically designed for like this type of test bench, right?
Oh.
So like your testing systems. I'm sure in your labs you'll see these types of setups.
This one's really nice, but I haven't seen one. We have something similar, but this one's really nice. I really like it.
Matching the silver theme here.
Yes, I saw that with the Apex white. So okay, so you have this test bench, power supply. What have power supply was the motherboard.
So basically you have back here, right? So we have this RG Strix 1000 watt power supply we're using.
Yeah, so this is the 1000 watt power supply that these guys are using right now to do the overclocking.
Like we said before, we're 250, 300 watts, so we have quite a bit of margin with this one.
Oh, nice. So it's only pulling for. Yeah, that's good because
we have an A380 in here. So if we put the 480, maybe then
that's a different story.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So the video card that you have right now is an A380.
Yep.
Of course, you have the 13900 KAS processor. You have the Asus Apex motherboard. What do you got on memory?
Some G.Skill Trident C.
Trident C.
C5.
C5.
It's 7800 megahertz rated, so like XMP.
Rated, and then you XMP it too?
Yeah.
Nice. And now you just overclock it too.
Yeah.
Did you change the timings on that to get it up there, or just?
Yeah, they're dialed in. Yeah.
How many DIMMs did you populate? Did you just populate one DIMM, or you did 2 DIMMs?
No, both
DIMMs. Yeah, together. Yeah. Nice.
Dual channel. We need that.
We need
extra
that
memory
extra
performance. Yeah.
Yeah, to get those numbers.
Yeah. That's about it. Well, we have some ROG peripherals, but in terms of overclocking.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit more about 3D Mark and what it is and what you're trying to test, just to go over that again. So right now you're running 3D Mark. You're running 3D Mark. Where is it exactly right now?
Right now, this just finished. So it will tell us loading into the next test. But like you said before, it will start with 16 threads, and then it will go down to 8, 4, 2, and 1. And, well, might have crashed there. We are chasing records. It's going to be a little bit on the edge.
Happens.
So we'll restart that. We can maybe see then, it's going to take a bit to load in. But
with this, so what John was saying is the 3D Mark is a benchmark that we use. Actually, it was one of the questions that we had earlier in the Q&A. So we're not only chasing frequencies as overclocking, we're also chasing scores in benchmarks. And 3D Mark is one of the benchmarks that we are chasing today. And actually, we already got one world record for the 8 threads. 3D Mark will run different types of core. So John, correct me. Yeah.
I don't know if they can see the screen now, but
they can see.
We can configure each core. What's the maximum ratio? So this would be 8 gigahertz, 8.1 gigahertz.
Right.
Then we can also adjust depending on how many cores are active at the same time.
Yes.
Just like Peter explained before.
So for
we're
example,
using the same strategy to get the maximum amount of performance out of the system.
Okay. So right now it's doing 16 cores, and you set it to a specific.
So now it's running max threads.
Yeah. 16.
And we see it does go up to 8 because. It's basically 7.7 for 16 threads, which is where we're running now. So we'll see it jump around a little bit, 7.7, 7.8.
Right. Yeah, depending on the headroom that you have.
Exactly.
So that was 8, and then it's 4.
Now we see 8.
Oh, now it's 8.
Yeah, it was max, and then 16.
Okay.
Now we see 8, right? So we also see it slow down a little bit because it's not using the full CPU, right? But depending on your workload, which ones you're interested in, you can pick which one you want to look at, right?
All right, so while we wait, while the benchmark is running, let me go over a little bit about the ways you can enter and also donate for the consoles that we're going on. So there is the enter type, the enter type to do it, then there's the register, and then there's donate. So the first two will give you an entry for each of the 3 PCs. And then the donate, you can actually choose which one would you like to, which one to support. Now that we're a little bit more, have a better look of how the pieces are coming out, then you could be like, oh, maybe I want to do Liquid House, maybe I want to do PC Works, or man, that Blue Horse Studios, it looks really, really solid. So yeah, we're going there. So hey, it looks pretty good. All right, so now we're going back to.
This is now the last test.
Yeah, so that's the last test.
I did restart run. Actually, I figured out what we were talking. I forgot to cool down the system, so actually that's why it crashed. My bad, I guess.
It's all good. It's all good.
It happens.
Well, don't worry. We got time. We'll come back. Yeah.
So this is one thread. We'll see. This could be. I'm not saying guaranteed.
All right. If
it's a good run, it's going to be close.
All right. We'll stay tuned for that one.
Yeah.
Now we're going to go back to Trisha and Almighty Bones. We're going to have a great learn more about James and see how it's going. Hi, Trisha. Haven't seen you in a while. Hi.
Looking good over there at the overclocking station, folks. Right now, I am joined by the Almighty Bones, hanging out here on the comfy chairs. How has your Intel Creator Challenge been going thus far?
I'm like overwhelmed with just the talent, just like that these PCs exist, that these guys can just do it. I was like, you guys are doing this from memory.
Yeah.
I have to go to Google when I want to fix my computer or install a new part. I don't know what the heck I'm doing. So it's really cool, just really exciting, and it's been a lot of fun so far.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're working with some of the best. So it is, honestly, it's a very cool day. But we're honored to have you here because it's fun to bring the content creator and kind of artiste in a different way into the Creator Challenge as well. So let's give the viewers some insight into how you formulate, let's say, your average day, because you wear a lot of hats.
Yeah, I do. So I'm sporting my Hidden Variable gear today. So I'm the head of quality assurance at Hidden Variable Studios, creators of Skullgirls and Skullgirls Mobile. So as QA, it's my fault that the game doesn't work. So you have any bugs, it's my fault. Not really, but I like to say that. It's kind of a joke. But yeah, I started seriously streaming consistently on Twitch, my Twitch channel, The Almighty Bones, because I wanted to connect with our Skullgirls community. And I thought as a game dev, it'd be a lot of fun to talk to the people that play Skullgirls a lot more than I do. So I typically stream 3 nights a week playing Skullgirls Mobile. That's the game I primarily focus on. And it's just a lot of fun just to connect with the community. You know, they kind of get that inside, behind the scenes access through me. I answer as many questions as I'm allowed to. Sometimes there's stuff I'm not allowed to talk about, obviously. But it's been great. So yeah, I go to work every day, and then on Tuesday nights, Wednesday nights, Thursday nights, I'm streaming Skullgirls Mobile. So
Now, what made you want to start streaming on Twitch?
You know,
like besides getting that community interaction.
Years ago, I was sharing with my wife, I said, you know, the job that I really want is to be able to talk about video games all day.
All day.
That's all I want to do, and that's my favorite thing in the world is to talk about the games that I love. So I went out and got into the gaming industry and started from the ground up in QA and worked my way up, and now I'm, you know, lead QA at a indie game studio, which is very fun and very exciting. And guess what? I get to talk about video games all day.
It's exactly what you wanted.
It's exactly what I wanted, and that's what excites me when I get online. When I get on my streams, I get to talk about games and video games, and you know, I stream other games from time to time, games that hype me up. I just finished Return to Monkey Island, which is incredible to play that game.
Yes, the nostalgia is so real with that one.
So much nostalgia. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I love talking games, and that's what excites me most about getting on stream. And then recently, I can jump into Extra Life now, yeah?
I mean, you can jump into Extra Life whenever you want to.
Yeah.
You've got the mic.
In 2021, I had no idea what Extra Life was, and a wonderful producer at Hidden Variable, Jenny, she was like, hey guys, they do this thing every year in November called Extra Life Game Day, where usually people stream for 24 hours. And I was like, stream for 24 hours? That sounds insane.
It is.
I want to do that. So in 2021, with partnership with some other of my coworkers, we did like a 24-hour stream. I was like the core guy. I did 24 hours, but some other guys streamed as well.
For you.
And we played like a lot of team games.
Yeah.
So it's like, hey, come check out the Hidden Variable guys. We're all playing games together.
Lots of Fall Guys, lots of Among Us.
Exactly.
I
think we played Phasmophobia, which I was...
Phasmophobia.
I was terrified. I'd never played before. I was like, couldn't believe it. We raised over $3,000 in 2021. And then we did it again this past November, and we raised over $5,000. I did another 24 hours. And it's just thrilling, like at this point in my life, that I can sit down and play games and do something good for charity is it's the best feeling.
It is. I love that Extra Life really enables the gaming community and the tech community and everyone to come together for a good cause, right? I feel like there's a lot of mainstream media out there that can be kind of negative when they come to talking about the video games industry and gaming at large. So to be able to come together and do this, I think is really excellent.
Yeah, and what really keeps me going is I think of, you know, I don't know, kids out there. Gaming is an escape. It's they can jump into a fantasy world and play and kind of forget their troubles, you know. And same thing when you watch a movie, you're kind of putting yourself in it a little bit and you kind of forget. And it's an opportunity to entertain yourself and just kind of let go. So it's what drives me, especially as a quality assurance professional. It's like I want someone who's having a horrible day to come play my game. And their day is flip-flop. They're having the best day now because they're playing one of our games. So, I don't know, it gives me goosebumps a little bit thinking about it. It's just the reality of people all around the world are, you know, just using gaming as, you know, just it's a positive source of entertainment.
It truly is. Now, I want to transition a little bit because
Sure.
you and I were talking just off camera that you also dabble in VO. Tell us about your VO journey.
Oh man, I studied acting back down at Chapman University, and I really wanted to get into video games. So I was like, oh, I can use my acting to get into there. So what do you have to do for acting? I say I can do voiceover for video games, and I didn't get too deep into the voiceover world. I kind of dabbled in. I do some projects with some friends. I think I did. There was an app called Umano that was just like news articles, and I'd wake up every morning and I'd go into my closet and I'd like squat down in my little microphone and I'd record these news articles. That I absolutely loved.
I mean, the closet VO booth can be clutch.
I learned so much because I was just reading news articles. One of them was a story about hockey players, and I mispronounced every single name, and they all let me have it. It was pretty funny.
That would be me too.
But that it just goes back to earlier what I said. It was like I really just want to get into video games, and I think I had been saying like, oh, I can't get into QA. That's beneath me, kind of thing, right? And I discovered that it's not. It's really important, and I just kept, figuring out how to get that type of job. And now I still my commitment this year is to get back into voiceover. I unfortunately had got COVID back in September of last year, and it kind of thrashed my chords a bit. But I literally just finished my booth. I had put soundproofing. I got everything set up. I was ready to go, and I was like, I can't do anything because my voice is shot. So I'm going to be getting back into that this year. And just to have fun, and just because I love it, and yeah, so I don't have a very exciting voiceover journey, unfortunately.
I mean, but that is a very exciting voiceover.
I've done gigs. I've done gigs here and there. I'll say that.
Well, and like you said, now is the time. You've got your new booth.
Yeah.
You're getting ready to go. So, folks, keep an eye out for the Almighty Bones to be the next big thing on the voiceover scene. It could happen.
Indeed. Yeah.
I love that we're joining you at this point in your journey. As far as the Creator Challenge is going, how has the build process been going for you so far?
It's been fun. I'm asking a lot of questions of these guys, and I'm just like, what is that? What is that? Why do we have this thing? Why do you have to pump air into the thing? It's very bizarre to me, and just all the little details. And Stuart's the best because he's like, ah, man, this thing's just off a hair, and he has to go tweak it. He's very precise, which I like. I love the detail. I pointed out some like a little minor flaw that we should fix. It's like, nobody's gonna see that. And I was like, yeah, but it's like we'll know what's there. It's the energy. We want the comp to come through the screen. Everybody who's looking at it, so they can get those donations in and win it. So
I was just going to say, now the perfectionist build is their build. So when you're donating, extra entries right there, maybe.
Yeah.
But don't let that influence your vote. Or do, because you guys have a way in on the vote as well. If you had to give a pitch to everybody watching right now why they should vote for your build, what would it be?
It's shiny and chrome. I like the clean look. You look at it and you're like, you know exactly what you're looking at. Like there's a motherboard, there's the GPU, there's the cooling system. It's all very clean. I like that a lot. You can see everything. There's no confusion, and it's got this big number 6 that pops. It's looking pretty rad.
It is looking rad. Folks, if you do want to see some BTS of the builds that's going on right now, make sure that you're on that Discord. We have Intel Insider's Discord BTS stream going on right now, where you can also give your opinions on which build you would like to give your points to at that time. So there's a lot going on there. We also have a Q&A coming up, so if you have any questions about the brand new KS processor, make sure that you get your questions in there as well, and you might just get those answered on stream in a little bit. So, Bones, thank you so much for joining me this chat today. At this point, we're going to toss things over to Alejandro to see how those builds are going in just a moment, I believe. It's fun. We've got eyes. We've got eyes going over there, and it looks like, yes, we're ready. Oh, we're ready. Over to Alejandro.
Pick me. Hey guys, we are back on the desk. All right, so this is going to be our last check-in with all the tables, with all the builds. We actually have the judges right now watching us with their judging eyes. And we're going to ask you guys, the master builders, to tell us what are the parts that you want to highlight to the judges. Because this is like that time that you got to make it shine and convince them and tell them why this is the best build.
Why is it the best built? I would go with the whole aesthetics and the look, especially with the highlighting of the CPU, and then putting all our hardware on display, like the vertical mounted GPU and stuff.
Yeah, we used quite a different bits of materials kind of to pull off the look. We kind of wanted to go for a clean factory look to make it feel like we did do some modifications to the case, but it also felt like something that could come from the factory that way. We basically created a whole new front panel with all this aesthetic, quite a few different pieces of different types of material we used to create this whole aesthetic on the front. We have the side fire acrylic that actually, when you hit it with an LED, it glows. And then we have some regular clear acrylic, some polycarbonate, and then this polystyrene that we use for the small pieces here, kind of to create that circuitry. We gave everything a gold paint finish. It has actually 24 karat gold flake in the paint.
Wow.
And then on the side panel, we pretty much simulated that same effect on this one as well. Used that side fire acrylic, used the regular white acrylic, and then the polystyrene that we painted gold, as well as making these kind of like a circuitry on the panel here to kind of simulate the circuitry of a CPU. We etched it on the glass as well. We made a custom, actually, a little aesthetic CPU there as well. And yeah, so like when you hit it with a
light,
yeah, it's actually going to glow behind the panel.
That's awesome. So tell me how is related a little bit to the 6 gigahertz or to the 6 theme. Like what brings it up? What ties that together?
So the whole idea was kind of just to give it the feel of CPU circuitry, you know, and so we went with the gold aesthetic, kind of just to tie in that CPU circuitry, and then of course like the mount of the CPU, and then we put the Core i9 up front for the call out for the new CPU.
Nice. I really love what you guys did with like trying to mimic a wafer in there on the top of the pump. I thought that was pretty cool. The different attention to I mean the detailed different materials. I think it ties pretty together, and like you said, the gold paint to try to get it there. So I think it's a beautiful system.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm gonna put you in the spot. What do you think? What is your take?
I can't wait to see. We're about to pour the coolant in, and I want to see the coolant going through it. Because once we get the lights in it and the coolant,
it's gonna be amazing.
It's looking good.
It's gonna be pretty cool. All right, this is awesome. Well, thank you guys.
Yeah, appreciate it.
So I'm gonna go to the next desk. Thank you, sir. Let's go over to the Liquid House desk and see how these guys are doing. You know, I always love coming here because they're always in the middle of an amazing conversation that I want to partake, and I'm like, I feel it.
How's it going?
Busy talking.
Yeah,
well, that's good.
Hey, I'll come on up to
no,
the side
come
of
on
you.
over. We're playing musical chairs. So, how you guys doing? Where are you guys at?
We're
done.
We're done.
You guys are done?
Yeah.
Awesome. So for the judges, now that they're watching this, what parts would you like to highlight for them? You know, keeping in mind that, you know, there was a theme build of 6 gigahertz.
Sure.
3900K. So what would you like? Yeah, what would you like to highlight of your system build?
Let me take it.
You go for it, yeah.
Okay, so we try to do, obviously we had an idea for this chassis before the show actually started. That being said, it's a great way to introduce a few different themes that the KS brings, right? So 6 gigahertz. So for instance, we wanted to do 6 fans in a very obvious fashion, right? We got 6 fans here, cool, in the KS, 6 gigahertz. Something small with this chassis is the way that it's actually designed to be put together. You've got 3 bolts on each panel, so it's literally 6 bolts for every side of the triangle that the case puts together in. And then we've got the KS, a little bit of a custom KS branding at the top. We've got the Core i9 badge that would come with the KS. And then we've got some really nice blue accents here and there. I think really ties everything really well together with the Intel theme colors. And yeah, I mean, we've got our own custom parts that we have designed for this chassis and this specific build. We've got the custom pump mounts in the rear. that is our design. We've got the bulkhead pass-through bracket right here, which is fully adjustable. So as you can see, the loop is very much designed around this.
Right.
And it kind of just, we wanted to do, it's like, hey, look, you can completely redesign your loop with something like that. And we really just made it just to bring complexity. Just bring fun and creativity to your loop.
Make it different.
Yeah, and I think we did that well.
With the contrast of like what you've done with the colors and like the white, the gray. Also, you know, playing with the 6, like 3 screws up and down. It's a pyramid. Well, it's a triangle. It looks amazing.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think it came together pretty well.
It is Optimus Prime. That's awesome.
And then the back is pretty sweet too. It's hard to see with the cables, but yeah, the back is just as pretty as the front too.
Yes, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
I see you guys have a KS on the mat.
Yeah,
yes, that was an extra. That was an extra. We weren't sure if we wanted to do brushed or white.
That's how you know you were prepared. It's like,
yeah, I figured a white would actually a little bit better than the stainless.
Matches the radiators really nicely.
Yeah.
We'll do an audible call when we're there.
Yeah.
He threw the white in there though.
So, this is a PC.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Yeah. What are your thoughts? Like,
my mind is blown. Because I got to watch it happen. Like when we first walked over here, none of this was set up. Like the pyramid was not set up. It was just pieces on a table. And I'm like, how are they going to MacGyver this, right? But no, like John said, like the back of it is dope. Y'all, when I tell you it doesn't do it, to see it, it's dope. The white, the color contrast. So it's like, once the food coloring, went into...
It's not food coloring. It's blue number 5. It's dye. It is dye.
Because I know chat's like, what did she say?
We are hungry.
Just kidding. We've been doing so well today. Once the dye went in, and it's kind of like, what blue, right? So it's like, have the blue match the screws in the front, right? Which is going to tie in to the back of the PC, and then the sides, and then you have like the nice navy tubing up front. It's dope, y'all. And then the white and the contrast and all the colors pop. It's
awesome.
It's awesome.
I need you to describe all of our builds.
Yeah, seriously.
I'm gonna get some.
That'll be the caption for the build.
I'm gonna DM you later.
Yeah.
Got my number.
Yes.
Well, guys, I just heard news that we got flash news over
Flash news.
over the overclocking desk.
Oh.
So we're gonna shift it over to Trisha to see what's going on.
Nice.
All right.
Oh my goodness, everybody. Another world record has just been broken. Peter and John, I will let you tell everybody all about what just happened.
Right, so we just got the highest ever single thread score in CPU profile benchmark. So it's official. The KS is now also on LN2, the fastest single thread CPU.
Yeah.
And it was running 8.1 gigahertz to get this score.
Awesome. So the previous record, I know it was just pointed out to me, the previous record was 1752 with 1T, and now we're at 1758.
Yep.
Woo! So what are your moves next? Where are you going from here? I feel like, where is there to go from here?
We have 8T, we have 1T, and now we have 2T and 4T left.
Well,
So
we got the
to
8T and the 1T scores. So next will be 2 and 4, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. I love it. This is absolutely amazing. Congratulations, you guys. I feel honored that it happened here during the Intel Creator Challenge. This is the place to be. This is absolutely awesome. So yeah, walk us through. I know people have been, you've been hanging out here with Alejandro. I know people have been watching you. Walk us through the process, what you have to do to set these records.
Well, you have to learn to overclock.
Well, yes,
right?
you do. And we did have the Overclocking 101 a little bit earlier.
You do have Peter here. He has a YouTube channel. Very good videos for learning how to overclock.
You got a K CPU and a Z motherboard, and that's all you need to get started.
Okay. And what about this fancy setup over here?
Yeah, that's a little bit more extreme. So I'm actually making these LN2 containers.
Okay.
So you need one of those to put the liquid nitrogen in.
Yeah.
Then you need a thermometer. You need, like Peter said, motherboard, CPU, your basic PC system, and then you need to find somewhere you can get some LN2.
Then you need a CPU that can run very low temperatures as well. So not all the CPUs can run at minus 196 degrees Celsius.
Mm-hmm.
So you cool them down, and as you cool them down, you can use higher voltages, increase the frequency. And then for this 1T, because we're focusing on only a single thread workload,
right.
on every CPU, you can also pick which core is like the better one. So not all cores will overclock, as high as the other cores.
Sure.
So you have to put in a little bit of effort to figure out which core can run the highest frequency. And then if you do everything right and you have a good CPU and everything works out, then you can get a record with the tiniest of margins possible, but 6 points. It's enough to get the world record.
It absolutely is. Congratulations again. This is so exciting. I mean, we're all kind of running around here. There's a lot going on at Intel Creator Challenge. But when we hear that a world record has been broken, you run over here. And in my case, you run over here and also step on a box because I'm real tiny. But I feel very tall, and I feel very honored here to be with you guys now. So congratulations to both of you. Continue the great work. And at this point, we'll head back over to Alejandro over with PCWorks.
Hey guys, so that was great news from the overclocking desk and Tricia. We're very happy to see that world record, so it's been amazing. All right, so now back to our modding contest. So right here we have PCWorks and GGF events. All right, guys, the judges are watching us right now with your judging eyes. What do you want to highlight from your build to them? Specifically, so the theme was 6 gigahertz. So take it up. What do you want to highlight on that build?
So first I'll highlight the front where it's actually designed with the 6 logo in mind, and then going back to the custom distro that was made by Radical Cooling. So that highlights the 6 gigahertz for us. And then, of course, with this being the 13900 KS, just the amount of cooling that we have in the system to make sure that the CPU stays nice and cold. So
we wanted to go with something overkill but subtle.
Yeah.
So we wanted to do it so, like, if you stand back, the rads aren't sort of in your face. They kind of don't look all over the place. Although there's 3 480s there, you kind of have to look for them. The fans do all the talking, and I think those Lian Li Infinity fans just look amazing.
Yeah.
Yes.
They contrast well with the mirror on the back, and then they just highlight. Like, believe it or not, I'm not sure how well this looks on the stream, but it just highlights that 6 really well. That it looks like there's like lights in it, but the reservoir isn't. The only lighting in this whole system is coming from the 2 blocks and the fans.
Oh wow!
And the memory. So we've added no more lighting.
So all the lighting that you see is just because of the reflection.
Yeah,
of
exactly.
The mirror.
It might become. I think I had one of my friends downstream that it is not picking up the blue right. It might be hard because they're probably trying to get us in the right brightness, and this might be too overexposed or something. But maybe hopefully the guys can get some shots, like some B-roll shots of it, and show how nice the blue really looks. Is that?
Yeah, the blue really pops.
So good, yep.
And like you said, it looks very simple, but you have to look very closely to see like, oh, it's overkill. But it's so well done, so well designed, so clean. It's like, oh, it's so simple, but it's great.
And we have the screen on. I don't know if you guys can get in there, but the screen is
a little screen showing the CPU temp.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, the screen
in between
with the temperature.
Right here, in between the 6. So we got
That's
the little
just
screen.
another little feature, a little watch screen you can implement in your build.
And if Robitech is watching, I used 32 zip ties.
The zip ties you kept
32 zip ties.
Actually, he's one of the judges, so yes, he is watching.
So, just so you know, Roby.
Yep. And then the bottom, we went with a slightly different contrast. So that is like satin. Some people call it frosted tubing, and it just breaks up the chrome. It's just a little bit different. And I do like how...
So this is different.
So that's just clear acrylic tubing that companies can get it done in satin, or it's kind of just sanded.
Yeah.
It
so it's like,
looks different when the coolant goes through it. Whereas if you have a clear acrylic tube, it's going to look more cordial, like a much darker. But once you put it in a satin tube, it gives it that dull, frosted look, and it just gives it a different contrast being in the bottom as to up in the top.
All right, James, what are your thoughts, man? How has it been the experience for you seeing this baby being built from...
I'm like lost in it. Like I'm in its presence, right? Like I feel like I'm going to the spa when I look at it. It's very comforting, angelic. It's just like I can imagine this being in anybody's room in their home and just being like, they can just kind of look at it, relax.
It's like Zen.
You know what I mean? It just
definitely
feels good.
Definitely a statement piece.
Yes. I will put that like at the entrance of my house. People usually have like entrances like a waterfall. I mean, like, It's like,
this is the
one
waterfall.
with the PC.
You probably definitely can't see it on camera, but like, there's little bubbles that dance around as the water splashes at the top of the 6 there, and it kind of like goes up and down a little bit. It's a really small
like right
detail
there,
that probably you couldn't plan for, but it's really cool.
It is a beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any last words, guys, before the judges?
One little detail you might not have seen is we've got the little Intel badges.
Yeah.
So those rads have like a little notch cut out for a badge, and we just
I don't know if you guys can get that on
did
camera.
the same mirror.
But
It's been cut, and then you went over the mirror with vinyl and the Intel logo cut out, so it just gives it that little...
Nice. All right, that was pretty good. All right, guys, so remember, there's a PC giveaway. There's three ways that you can participate on the giveaway. You can register for it, so keep that in mind. All these 3 PCs are participating. All these 3 PCs are being given away. But today we're going to pick a winner for the contest and see how that goes. So with that said, I think I'll take it over to Trisha, which I don't know where she is. Let me see what we're doing. Okay, so now, okay, so let's go and so remember the PC giveaway is going to be going on 3 different ways. We have we have here PCWorks and we have GGF events. On the next participant, it was Liquid House, and then at the end we have at the end of the tables over there we already seen PC Junkie Mods and Blue Horse Studios. So those are the 3 that we have. It's been a great event so far today. We have seen these guys build all the systems. They're pros. They're beautiful systems. Like I said, with like Zen, all of them. It also portrays the different personality and works. Mm-hmm. And also, we've been able to interview you guys. It's been great to meeting you. It's been pretty awesome. We also have seen some overclocking world records, which I was impressed. That was good. So now we're gonna go come over to Trisha. I'm gonna go walk over, see what she's doing, and we'll be back. So give me a second. We'll go.
Alrighty.
Guys,
Thank you.
great job today.
Thank you.
Best of luck. Thank you, sir. I'll take the magic mic, and I'll walk over. Hey guys, I'll go over to Trish. Sorry, excuse me.
Hi, everybody. Alejandro's coming back in here. This has been a day, my friend. This has been such a cool day. World records have been broken. We've got 3 gorgeous custom modded PCs. Ooh, now you just got to look at them up close and personal. How are you feeling?
I think they're beautiful. I think they're amazing. I mean, each one of them has a different thing. The amount of work and detail that go into each one of them is amazing. So these guys spend a lot of time. You can tell they spend a lot of time thinking about it, coming with great ideas. Not only that, but also how they execute the different parts, colors, materials. So it's a lot that they have taken into account to build this thing, and also staying within the theme.
Yeah, the theme of 6 gigahertz.
Exactly.
Really bringing that theme home. So just a reminder to everybody that's out there about the judging criteria, because now it is that time. We've gotten there. The judging criteria today for the Intel Creator Challenge is creativity.
Yep, correct.
Demonstration of hardware excellence, materials and methods used, and does it boot? And then, of course, the Intel Insiders vote as well. So there are 5 points from the audience, 15 points per judge for a grand total of 50 potential points awarded per PC. And that's how it's going to go down today. Do you have any feelings in your heart of hearts as to which direction you think it's going to go?
No.
No?
No. I mean, all the effort that we place in each one of them, it's amazing.
Yeah.
From all the details of, for example, of PC Junkie Mods and Ronso, Blue Horse Studios, of hey, we're gonna make it like a PCB board with all the different traces, VS, and everything in there. To the like, hey, let's make it a little bit more challenging when it comes to liquid cooling from Liquid House. Make it a bit different, the contrast of the colors, building up their own frame, to the Zenfold design of PCWorks and GGF event staff of using a mirror to create it a more clean, aesthetic looking, and so it is. I mean, it's amazing pieces of art. It's going to be hard for the judges. I can tell you that. It's not going to be very easy to do. But
our judges have their work cut out for them for sure. And I know our judges will be joining us remotely.
Yes, they're going to be joining us remotely shortly. Oh, speaking of the judges.
Oh, are they? Do we have them in?
I think they're coming in. Let's see.
Let's see. Hello, friends. Folks, we have our judges here. Thank you all so much for joining us today. We've got my good buddy Justin Roby from Roby Tech. Hi. Good to see you. We've got Christina Liu, Gaming Community Manager at Intel. Welcome to the stream today. As well as Kevin Keating from Titan Rig. Hey, Kevin. Thank you all for being here today. I'm guessing that up until this point you have been looking over these PCs, maybe tuning in and out of the stream, or maybe you don't want to spoil it for yourself. Maybe you're just tuning in now. But we are very, very anxious to see which way everyone's leaning when it comes to the voting today. I really do think the three of you have your work cut out for you.
What happened?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I mean, it's done. We're already voted. We're done. So we're good. We got it all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, see, that's new information.
You guys were done. Well, before we go there, I want to go from each one of you guys to see what were your impressions of each system.
Starting where, Alejandro? You got to direct us.
Okay,
Roby.
Let's start with you, Roby. And sorry, I see you guys in the frame. So let's start with you, Roby. And let's start with, whichever would you want to start with those three systems?
Honestly, it's funny because we just got finished. We had an opportunity. Alejandro knows this. Playing with the KS at an ice bar in Las Vegas. So for me, when I was looking through it, definitely know for an enthusiast CPU, we had to make sure that there was more than adequate cooling. Because you definitely need radiators. Again, this is a high-end CPU specifically for the folks in the enthusiast community who love to do overclocking and stuff like that. So the stuff I was paying attention to is not just the overall creativity, but also just how much cooling capacity and how the fans are going to be able to handle just the sheer power of that 6 gigahertz at stock, but then being able to push it even beyond that. So definitely for me, when I was looking at them, PC Works and Liquid House definitely had the edge there based on the original, just kind of looking at it, making sure it had enough radiator support, enough airflow for those radiators, and then at the same time, just a lot of the other attention to detail after that. So that was kind of my 2 cents as I went into this whole thing.
That's awesome. Christina, what about you? What's your take on the systems?
Oh my gosh, they all look so cool. And I think for me, it's really interesting because I was also a judge on the last ICC. And we had some of these, I think the same actually, people come back. So I thought it was really cool to kind of see the evolution of what they're building, the materials they're using and everything. And for me, it was really hard. I think they all bring a little something different, but some of them spoke to me more aesthetically than others. I don't know if that biases my judging at all, but they're all just so crazy. I'm always in awe at what they create.
Right. No.
Awesome. Thank you. And Kevin, how are you feeling at this point in the journey?
I'm doing good. First off, thanks for having me. This is my first event with you guys. Really appreciate it. No, all the builds they're all epic. They're all amazing. The attention to detail, I'm much more interested in the aesthetics and the modding side, not to take away from the hardware or the cooling potential of anything, but the attention to detail that these guys put into these systems is just really unprecedented. I always enjoy seeing them. I wish I could see them in person. Having to watch them from the screen is a little hard to see all the different details. I've been to PDX Land a number of times. I've seen Ron Lee Christensen's builds in person, and they're just over the top. And it's, from what I can tell from the other builds, they all look like they're just completely over the top, and they all did a great job.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. And speaking of all these builds being over the top, let's go ahead and take a look at the PCs one by one that you all are voting on today. So I guess we'll start off with the Leron Bruce build, as I've so aptly named it now.
It's illuminated.
Woo!
Look at that.
Beautiful.
It's on. They got all the liquid cooling in there. Look at that. He made that turn on requirement right there.
Yeah, it does it post. Hey, yeah. as far as we know, yes. I don't know if we actually hooked up a monitor, but it looks gorgeous. And yeah, they did a fantastic job. I love the art and the attention to detail here too.
All the different materials they use, it speaks to the level of what these guys are at. So it's a beautiful machine. So let's go to the next one.
Yes, I actually would love to ask Christina. Christina, I know you said that for you, you're very interested in the artistic stylings of each of these PCs. So specifically, do you have thoughts on that gorgeous Intel build?
Oh my gosh, I'm low-key obsessed with that one. I really love the color scheme. The the white and gold, and I like how they kind of incorporated like the Intel portal a little as well. Do we have a shot of the back of it? Is that asking for too much? Because I saw the panel sitting on the table.
I can go over there. I'll go over there and turn it around.
Okay, Alejandro's going to run over there right now and turn it around so that we can see it. There you go.
Hopefully I won't break it.
Perfect. I mean, gorgeous from all angles.
I love this. This looks amazing.
Yeah.
I think it's really pretty.
It really is a beautiful build. And, you know, when we have our judging criteria, that certainly plays into it. Aesthetics are definitely a part of it. So thank you for weighing in, Christina. Thank you, Alejandro, for spinning that around so that everyone can see it. Yes. All right. Let's move on to our next PC, Kappa and Liquid House. Woo! Look at that! Look at that build!
Yeah, like they were saying before, it is, you know, they have, it's definitely following the theme of 6 or 3. So, you know, 3 screws, which 3 on top, 3 bottom, 6 fans. They also needed a KS at the top. It's really nice. They also have, which was pretty cool and interesting, is they have the SSD was also liquid cooled. So it's a beautiful build from front and back, and just to stay in theme, I'll run over there and turn it around.
Okay, I was gonna say I'll run this time, but you're already up and moving. You already got it going. There. All right, turning it around. See the back there.
Just watch for me to break it.
I just love how unique this is.
There you go.
Really so cool.
It's beautiful front and back.
Now, Roby, I know you do a ton of builds. You know I watch your channel. Sometimes I lurk, sometimes I'm an active participant. But what do you think of this build being as unique as it is? Is this something you think you might attempt something similar, or leave this to Liquid House kind of build?
You know, it's funny. Like, I'm very impressed. You know, when we think about the spirit of the KS, I mean, one of the things I really enjoy about this build is that it encapsulates it in so many ways. You know, you've got those super fat radiators, tool pumps to basically get that liquid going through there. So in terms of overclocking performance, when you pair that with the Apex board, you have a lot of potential to really push that out of this build. And they did just a good job in terms of showcasing what kind of enthusiast, you know, almost bench type system that you'd see with like LN2 and stuff like that, which is what you would normally use when you want to do an overclocking for a high-end CPU of this nature. And so that's one of the things I really liked about this. Even doing things like water cooling the NVMe SSD, it's just a nice touch and a superb use of hardware across the board, especially with those super fatty rads and being able to push all the liquid through there. The dual pump design there was genius for that part.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. All right, let's take a look at our third PC.
It's very, very cool. Yes, it is.
I mean, cold. Quite literally, it's very cold and cooled. All right, here we go. The 6. I love the slow zoom out on the 6. I mean, getting the blues all the same color temperature. Absolutely correct. This looks absolutely lovely.
Yeah, like
completed form.
Like they were saying before, it looks very simple, but it's like, you know, you have to really look into the details to see the overkill, especially with the radiators. If they don't call it out, it's very hard. Not hard, but it's like doesn't call out that it has 3 radiators in there. So it is very subtle, and I really love what they did with the mirror in the back. So I think it's just another piece of work of art that needs to be displayed. Yeah,
PCWorks and GGF did a fantastic job. It's a very, very clean look, and I think that it's definitely unlike anything I've seen before. Kevin, how about your initial impressions of this build from PCWorks and GGF?
This was the one build I wish I could be there in person to see, because there are, I can tell, a lot of subtle details that are hard to pick up on camera, particularly the lighting. One little detail that I really like too is that they put those inline filters in the tubes that are going down in the bottom chamber. And I mean, you don't necessarily need to have filters in the loop, but it's just a little extra piece of design that really, like, it looks cool. That 6, I don't know if it's a distro or actually just a pump res combo, but that big 6, it just looks fat. It looks, you know, it's great. It's on point. It's on theme. The blue looks great. Those fans are amazing. I've actually yet to see them in person, But this build with the right lighting underneath it would just pop. It's actually, for my personal styling, this is probably the one PC I would choose to take home that would blend well in my office. But it looks great.
And also, I don't know if this is coming through. Yeah, I think everyone on camera today is disqualified.
Exactly. Yes, I think all of.
We can all donate to Extra Life, but I think we're disqualified, for winning.
Your donation will be happy to be well received, but as soon as I see your name, like, oh well, yeah, no.
But you know what I will say, as far as that build in particular, I think it's hard to get across on camera just how massive that build is as well. Yeah. In fact, I was going to offer to run over there, being that I'm real life Hobbit size, to give you scale. Hold on one sec. Let's go.
It's as big as Trisha. I mean, it's literally the same size. Like they were like, I know, having hung out with her. I mean, it's honestly so cool because it's between the 3 different builds. It's PC Works is almost like if you took Ron's build and Liquid's build and they had a baby, and it's a big baby, a really big baby. It's like aesthetics and form and function all together.
Oh my god!
This is a very, very large.
That's her
very large build. So I'm 5'0". This is on a desk that I don't know is, but like it's. I wish I could like climb up here and stand next to it because it is almost. It's like half a Trish. You got roughly half a Trish right here, but it is honestly just gorgeous in person. We're not on the Lazy Susan here, so I'm not going to flip it around for you to see the back.
Come on,
but all of the all of the details built into this are really quite spectacular, and job well done. All right, coming back to the chairs.
I'd kind of like to see that on Trisha's stream, though. A build as big as her.
Hey, that's a good idea. It will be like the next challenge. All right, Trish. To build
the
something.
Next workout PC build, Trish.
Can you imagine? I mean,
from doing it.
I've done a lot of kind of like jokes in the internet in my days of strapping a tower on my back to go to a LAN party.
Oh my god!
There you go. That's the one.
That's it. Obviously, I
brought my portable PC.
Yeah, that's your portable PC. Yeah, exactly.
Do you need like a counterweight so it doesn't?
Maybe. Yeah. The full-on hunch over takes me back to high school with the overloaded backpack. Anywho, we do have these 3 gorgeous builds today, and we're very fortunate to have these 3 wonderful judges here. So thank you so much for providing your insight. Now, Roby said you've already cast your votes?
Yep.
Yeah, they were really prepared. We had sheets and everything.
There you go.
With our names on.
That's awesome.
It was so official.
We thought we were going to have to sit here and deliberate with you for lengths of time.
So I want to thank all the guys on Twitch and Discord for also casting their vote because they're also being part of this judging panel. So they're also ready too. So thank you so much, guys, for participating and being here with us. I appreciate it. And well, these judges are ready too. So I think.
I mean, are we gonna get an envelope?
Yeah, like something is like
winners.
Is this gonna be like? There's gonna be like fireworks or balloons, confetti. Is like,
you can tell we have no idea either, but we're very, very excited.
We feel like you're hyping it up, and we're ready to see all this stuff explode. So if anything less would just feel like a letdown. I'm just letting you know.
Okay,
I'll just
perfect.
be really disappointed.
All right, it's just it's like
it's gonna start snowing on the stage with like the little bubbles.
Yes,
stuff.
exactly. This will be all ready to go.
No, none of that is probably going.
I hope it's Tomber who brings the envelope out. Like the more we need Tomber on screen, the better.
Okay.
We can't carry it out with the check.
Yeah. So I think we'll have that. But honestly, for me, I wanna say thank you to everyone who's watching the stream because this is my first Intel Creator Challenge that I've been able to be here for in person. And it truly is a lovely experience. You know, Kevin, like you were saying, being able to see some of these details in person is just really glorious. So thank you to the Intel community for having me. This has been great. And Alejandro, as someone who's been through multiples of these now, how do you feel about today's event?
I think today's event was really cool. It's great to see all this, you know, like we said before, just to get into the next level. Every time these guys come, there's always something new.
Yeah.
Also, it was really, you know, it was a great surprise to see that we actually got some overclocking world records. That's something new. It's something that we were not expecting. We're like, well, if it isn't there, it is, but it's not.
Right.
That's pretty cool. I think overall, it's been amazing having everybody here, having you, it's great. It's great. And the community. And we were trying this new thing with Discord, so let us know what you guys think, see how that go. And also thank Brian, who's been running around doing behind the scenes.
We we have the scores. Are these the actual? Oh my goodness gracious! All right, so let's see what we've got. Our winners highlighted in green. Woot woot! That's Blue Horse Studios.
Yes.
Yes.
I think so. The winner of the Intel Creative Challenge.
Here, I feel like here we'll scooch over. There we go.
No, this way. There we go.
This way.
Sorry.
Okay, perfect. So there we go. We have it right up here. I mean, should we go through line by line?
Yes, let's go line by line.
Okay, for creativity, out of a total of 15 points that could be had, for creativity, a max 15 points. Woo! A max 15 points.
15 points went to Blue Horse Studios and PC Junkie Modes. Then
Great.
we had PC Works and GGF events with 12, and we had Liquid House with 11 for creativity.
That's for creativity. For hardware excellence, again going in the same order, Blue Horse Studios, PC Junkie Mods, 12 out of 15. PC Works and GGF and got 14 for hardware excellence. So maxing out the hardware excellence category goes to PC Works and GGF. Liquid House rocking at 12 there. I'm trying to just kind of go through this very, very quickly to highlight for you, but you can all see the stats there as well. Materials and methods used. It looks like Blue Horse Studios and PC Junkie Mods took the win in that category. Does it boot? Everybody booted.
Yeah.
Let's hear it for that.
Good job.
That is
Good job, guys.
small achievement. That's amazing. Intel Insiders also coming in clutch with the 5 points going to Blue Horse Studios and PC Junkie Mods for a total score of 47 out of 50 points. That's a beautiful, beautiful score. PC Works and GGF 44 out of 50 total points. Also a beautiful score in Liquid House, 39 out of 50 points. Congratulations to everybody on the builds today. Alejandro, did this go the way you expected it to go?
No, it was a good surprise.
Okay.
It was a good surprise to see that it went this way, but I'm really happy for everyone and for all the guys who did all the work. Definitely would like to thank everybody. Also, what is called out there as Intel Insiders, that's actually you guys from Twitch and Discord that did the voting. Congratulations to all the participants, also to Lee and Ron. It's an amazing job. They did a great job, and I'm very, very happy to see that. But remember, all the winners here is actually Extra Life.
Yes, so thank you all so much for donating to Extra Life. And remember, if you want to win one of these beautiful custom-modded PCs, custom-built PCs right here on the stream, you can do that by registering and donating through the sweepstakes. So make sure to enter the sweepstakes if you haven't already. And like you said, the real winners are the kids in needs from the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals via Extra Life. So thank you.
All right,
we've got our winners here.
Appreciate it, man.
Congratulations.
Yay!
No, good job.
Congratulations, guys. Congratulations!
Thank you so much. Thanks for hosting us.
Got Bruce in here too. You did it.
Yeah, we got to have Bruce. Bruce kept the wheels greased for us, man.
he was the cheerleader over there. It's like, we can do it.
Yeah. We were in a pinch at the very end, and he jumped in and helped us get us over the finish line. So special thing, and of course our teammates over here, Liquid House and PC Works and. GGF, and without all these guys over here competing, we wouldn't be here, and of course Intel and
we wouldn't have booted either.
Yeah,
I think Stuart gave it.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is that's where it's a whole community. I love it because so soon it's so close together. And what is impressive for you guys build is, like we said, you guys had a long distance relationship to build this, right? Because you guys were in two different cities.
Yeah.
So that is impressive. Besides the distance, what else do you guys think was one of the obstacles you guys were able to overcome to deliver this?
It was just, I think that was probably the biggest challenge, is that we're kind of trying to share measurements over text and phone calls and making sure everything kind of lines up. And, we had to get 2 of everything, which over the holidays and, all the, CS going on, you get 2 cases, 2 power supplies, 2 motherboards and all that. So make sure everything actually lines up with the cuts that we're doing was a big challenge. But Lee and I go back almost 20 years doing projects. So the working relationship was really comfortable. That's why I chose him as my partner for this project. And it's our first win together, so congratulations, buddy.
Yeah, Be Quiet came through.
Yeah, exactly. Be Quiet, and of course EK, who sponsored the full liquid cooling for this project. And without them, we got a custom water block made for us, and it was just
Yeah, to have that water block in the front, like I think it was you said that, Lee, and Bruce too. It was like to be in the front, that's completely something new.
Yeah, that was his idea. He was like, okay, what if we just mount this FLT up front? I don't think anybody has done that yet. I'm like, just go for it, man. I think I'm trusting you with the loop. Just let me handle the aesthetics, and he built a really crazy looking.
Is that how you guys divided like the workload?
Yeah. It was the smartest way to do it, because if we were trying to handle both like sides of it, I mean, of course he had to make a custom cut for that front panel, but I let him just handle all the system integration and the hardware side, and I just handle the aesthetics and the paint and
So the way me and Ron usually do this is I'm the metal guy, hardware guy. He's the acrylic and the design,
Creative director.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's where it all comes together. So
yeah, it's so exciting, man.
Bruce, what's your oh, sorry.
No, and it's all for the kids too, the charity, So all these PCs are going to be donated to charity, and yeah, I mean, what a great cause other than for the children, right?
Yeah, I completely agree. Bruce, what's your overall take? You came in the last minute. You were like, "Come on, guys, we can do this! I can't wait!" Just like, give it 110%.
I was just standing there with zip ties
and ready to go.
hoses, and I was like running around trying to find an HDMI cord at the very end. So that was my job, just to make sure these guys had what they needed. I mean, again, it was like one of those things where I felt like I was not helping at all.
You were very helpful.
I helped a little bit.
Yeah. You helped a lot.
Okay, all right.
I mean, you saw that the stupid lazy Susan was moving, and you were like, hold on.
I was an extra pair of hands, so you just had to anticipate the needs of these two gentlemen, and I hopefully did that.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
sorry.
I'll tell you from my perspective, it was absolutely inspiring to watch, to see how y'all work together, how you were able to incorporate Bruce, and Bruce, you were able to cheer everybody on. And the final build itself is absolutely stunning. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Congratulations.
I gotta tell you, I was a little worried there when you guys were building it, and then you turn around, I saw all the cables. I'm like,
yeah, that was.
I mean, I believe in you guys, but this is gonna be down to the wire.
Yeah, it came down the last few minutes, and I was like, Lee, we got to push it. We're running out of time. We got 15 minutes, and we don't even have the system.
Time clock.
Yeah, we don't even have any coolant in the system yet, and we still need to leak test it and do some cable management in the back. And he worked on filling it, and I worked on like some cable management, and yeah, we got it done, fortunately.
Yeah.
But again, it's like, I mean, we wouldn't be here without Intel. We wouldn't be here without our competitors, PC Works and GGF and Liquid House. Special thanks to all those guys.
Those builds are so cool.
Yeah, I mean, they're
so cool.
They're giants in the industry and huge inspiration to all of us. So hats off to those guys for showing up and giving their best too. Because we're all winners in this. It's not just one person or two people. We all are pushing to rock together at the same time, and it takes all of us to succeed. Yeah.
Well, that's great. Yeah, that's what I love about the community.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole tech community is everyone together, and it's just like you said, pushing in the same direction, trying to get the best out of each other.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way it is. It's a small little family,
Yeah. It's really nice.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Congratulations again. A huge shout out and thank you to everybody who came along with us today for this journey. It has been awesome. I do want to remind everybody to go ahead and join the Discord. We've got a lot going on the Discord, not only right now, but also after the show. There'll be a little post-stream Q&A if you want to if you have more questions that you need answered. Also, I want to thank everybody not only for being here with us, for watching the stream today, but for supporting Extra Life. As we were mentioning, we're all here for a good cause today. And for our winning team, you'll have an extra $10,000 donated, I believe, to the Children's Miracle Network Hospital of your location.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So that's great. That's fantastic. Congratulations. Thank you for all the work you've done for good. Thank you for everybody for being a part of this today.
Great job to you and Alejandro as well.
Yeah.
You're very kind,
amazing
Bruce.
job.
Very nice.
Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you to everybody who took place here. Thank you to our Overclock team over there for being absolutely awesome. This has been such an adventure. Like I said, the party is not over, so make sure you join the Discord. Go over there right now to not only enjoy some of the BTS content that was there a bit earlier, to get some Q&A and a little post-stream goodies as well. Thank you all so much for joining us both on Twitch and Discord, and we'll see you next time. Bye, everyone.